you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Motorists across the country will get a sigh of relief at the pump after the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority announced a downward adjustment in fuel prices following a reduction in value-added tax. In its earlier pricing review released on April 14th, EPRA said the revised prices follow a directive by the National Treasury to cut VAT on petroleum products from 13% to 8% under legal notice dated April 15, 2026. The regulator noted that the new adjustment will take effect from April 16th through May 14, 2026, replacing the prices announced on Tuesday, April 14th. Interior National Administration Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has sounded a warning over what he says is an increased link between political activity and insecurity, citing the involvement of young people in organized violence and an arrest across the country. The CS said the trend is posing a serious challenge to the national stability, arguing that some political actors are taking advantage of vulnerable youth to fuel chaos and disrupt public order. Police in Trans Nzoia County have arrested 170 suspects following last Saturday's incident in Kitale town where alleged hired goons disrupted a youth voter registration drive under the Nico Card initiative, paralyzing business in the town. This comes as Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen announced that the National Police Service has revised its curriculum to address emerging threats, including crowd control and goons, accusing some politicians, though unnamed, of deploying youth into gangs to cause chaos.
Wahalifu 170 ambao wale wengine ambao wako na makosa kidogo kidogo leo wamefikishwa mahakamani. Baadhi ya wale ambao tumekamata wahalifu sugu, maabusu 5 ambao walitoroka Kiungani Police Station tarehe 12 mwezi wa kwanza. Wale wahuni ambao wanatumika goons kama vile ilivyoshuhudiwa siku ya Jumamosi, baadhi tumepata na wale wamebaki bado tutawatafuta mpaka tuwapate.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you this morning. How are you doing? The time right now is 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. And my name is Mungana Mbuvi. It is, how can I put it? It's one of those days that you're confused. Is it like Thursday? Is it a weekend? Is it, you know, tomorrow is Friday for sure, but you're not sure whether indeed tomorrow you're coming to work or not. But with all that confusion, it is the People's Breakfast. And I'm with Siti Muga in the studio as well. I will be telling you what is significant about today, apart from it being a confusing day for me. That is, not for everyone else. I don't know about you. You can let me know how you feel about it on our social media spaces at Radio Gen KE across all social spaces. And then Radio Generation Kenya on Facebook and YouTube. All right, so today being 16th of April. This is what is significant about this particular day. Yeah? Let me just check this out. Yeah, here we go. Now, on this particular day in 1457, the Battle of Megiddo, Egyptian forces and Thutmose III defeated a Canaanite coalition recognized as the first battle with a reliable account. This is 1457 before Christ was born. Battle of Megiddo, Egyptian forces, and Thutmose III. I believe this is Pharaoh, right? Or Pharaoh. Thutmose, is it Thutmose III? Defeats a Canaanite coalition recognized as the first battle with a reliable account. Now, in 1963, Martin Luther King Jr. writes his letter from Birmingham jail. Yeah, again, Martin Luther Jr. writes his letter from Birmingham jail. In 1970, strategic arms limitation task, aka SALT, begin between the US and Soviet Union. Again, the strategic arms limitation talks wakaanza kuongea kuelewana began between the US and Soviet Union. And since the 1970s, these guys have been, and of course it started before, it's not like it started in the 1970s, but you can tell that these guys have been at it for a very long time. Just how difficult is it to achieve world peace? Like, on a serious note, how difficult is it to just become friends and say, guys, can we just calm down and forget about this? Let's focus on other things. You know, even couples do divorce, eh? Ikifika mahali mrealize kitu yezekani, mna divorce, mnabaki mabeste. But for these guys, the US, Russia, China, I've never really understood what the issue is. Like, what is so difficult? And there are oceans apart. It's not like one person they share like a, what is it called? Like a border. No. And I think the only place where they are very close to each other is Alaska. Huko Alaska, at least imekaribia Russia. You can literally see Russia across the sea. But beyond that, what is so difficult? You just decide, guys, we are not friends. Yeah? Or rather, we're not lovers, but we can be friends. You see, Lewi, and then it's been going on for generations, leader after leader after leader. Mpaka unashanga hakunanga kama mtu kana kujanga tu kana sema what my parents or what my ancestors did is nonsensical. I'm just gonna form a coalition with these guys and become friends and we move forward. Hiyo na sijaelewa. Anyway, it is what it is. Something else that might be of significance is that in 2007, a student kills 33 people at Virginia Tech, the deadliest school shooting in United States history. But United States has experienced a couple of this several times. Again, their gun laws, crazy. Why they haven't checked them out is beyond me. In other news, there's this issue of fuel. Kameenda chini kama mafuta tena. Well, kako juu bado, but kameenda chini from the previous 226. So apparently, they've reduced VAT on fuel from 16 to 8 shillings. But that one, to me, is a little bit tricky because why didn't they do it before? Why did they have to wait for us for EPRA rather to announce the fuel and then see the uproar in citizens so they can say, okay guys, maybe we need to take this out a little bit. Yeah, hiyo ndio sielewi. Hiyo kabisa sielewi. Is it because Akina Gachagua had a press conference yesterday and they said what they said, or is it because several other leaders also went out, like Embakasi East MP Babu Owino na wakasema ati hapana bwana, this is the right time to have maandamano? Could it be the reason why? Could it? I don't know. But it's crazy that we can do one thing as a country, then 24 hours later we have an about turn. It makes me wonder the motive. It's like when ukikosana na mtu alafu anakuambia sorry bas. Ujuange amekwambia pole juu nye ameona amekukosea, ama amesema tu pole kwa sababu ako genuinely apologetic. Like, for me it doesn't make sense. This one, we need to have a conversation around it. Why don't you let me know what your thoughts are on our social media spaces? Like I said, Radio Gen KE across all of them, and on YouTube it's at Radio Generation Kenya. Acha nione nani amefika. Naona MC Tonje amesema tuning in from Muhoroni. MC Tonje, karibu tena sana. Michael Olande saying good morning from Kigali City. Kigali, kule sehemu za Rwanda. Michael Olande, karibu tena sana. It's the city of 1,000 hills, or is it the country of 1,000 hills? Yeah. John Mutua, morning, my lovely TV show. Well, John Mutua, good morning. Did you ever get to Kenya, by the way? Last I checked, you were trying to get back to the country. Kama ulifika utuambie. Wengine wanafikanga alafu wanarudi bila kusema kwa heri. Ama hata kusema hello. Morris and that anasema good morning guys. Good morning to you too, Morris. The Real SC, how are college and high school kids handling AI? I guess they're just handling it. they're just using it. They're doing whatever they got to do with it, man. So I guess that's that. And then he says it can only it can do your homework. Yes, it can. Now the kinds of AI we have out here, there's one called cloud AI. You can even have a conversation with it and give it specific instructions. You can tell it to draw pie charts for you. You can tell it to do graphs for you. You can tell it to even code for you. You can create an entire website from scratch literally within seconds. Hapo ndipo tumefika kama AI. City Muga, good morning.
Yes, Paul Mungalambuvi.
Do you use AI?
Yes.
Okay, how often?
Very often.
Very often, eh? The real estate anauliza hapa hivi if college and high school could, yeah, everyone is using it right now bana.
Mimi ni wale wazee natumia AI kama Google.
Okay. Like unauliza which is the capital of Mali.
Sasa umeelewa vitu haraka namna hiyo.
Afi nakwambia the capital ya Mali ni Bamako. Okay. Aya, we have
unaona unajua
karibu nikwambie Mali Timbuktu inakwanga wapi?
Timbuktu is in
but it's in that area, si ndio?
Bwana, I used to know these things.
Tutaangalia tu saizi. We shall ask AI. Elizabeth kama unasema, good morning CT and movie, a great morning it is, looking forward to a great conversation. Elizabeth, we promise you nothing but the best of conversations right here. It's sad I have engineering students. It's sad I have engineering students depending on AI. But why is it sad? I think this is this year we celebrated World Radio Day, and the theme was AI is a tool, not a voice. So I believe we can't get away from it. The same way engineering kitambo before computers was still engineering. Then with the advent of computers, what happened?
Kwanza engineering. They were the people responsible for him mambo ya computer kwanza.
Actually they are.
So ndio leta hiyo kitu.
But when with the advent of computers, they were used as tools. Medicine nowadays uses tools. Instead of a doctor guessing what you could be having, they just enter your symptoms into the computer, and the computer will give them suggestions, and it will tell them, please test if they could be having this, they could be having this, they could be having this, and they could be having this. So you can use it as a tool. Si kama kitambo ulikuwa unaenda hospitali, daktari anakupatia dawa moja alafu anakuambia rudi after 3 days. Kama haijafanya kazi wanakupatia another one, anakuambia rudi after 3 days. Kama haijafanya kazi anakuambia rudi after 3 days. By the time they find out what the problem could be, you have taken an entire regiment of medicine.
You've been a very effective lab rat.
Yeah, so we should use AI as a tool. Even in journalism, AI is being used. Like we were being told here by the CEO, I believe, of Media Council. I think it was, yeah. Yes. And he told us, look, at the end of the day, we have got to move with the times.
He was spot on.
Yeah, you have got to move with the times. It makes your work easier. Yeah. It's now you to choose whether you're going to be lazy also. Yeah. Tuangalie, nilikuwa naambia watu what is insignificant about today. Sasa wewe ndio utatupatia methali ya leo ya kutoka Uganda, the land of Sebo.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Even the king needs to be taught.
Even the king. Yani, you won't tell me that Kabaka Mutesa needs to be taught.
Why do you think all these kings had advisors? Na si wawili watatu. Brother Museveni has, I think, 141 advisors.
Yeah.
That, to me, is a man who understands the importance of advice.
Our president has over 20, right? I think they're about 25.
I think they're around 40.
Kuna one advise on economic matters, security.
They are necessary.
Yeah.
They are necessary.
I think Joseph Boynet was given the baton by Monica Juma as she was leaving for... She's been appointed something, right? At the United Nations.
It's a competitive job. And some of these things, the government has to more or less give you a backing before you...
Yeah, she's been appointed to head something to do with drugs and substance abuse.
She's a security expert. But it is that same government backing that someone like Moise Kitui got when he went to UNCTAD. Inakwaga hivyo.
Yeah.
Serikali na nominate wewe.
So venye Mheshimiwa Monica Juma alikuwa anaondoka, akamwachia former Inspector General of Police Joseph Boynet that baton. Akamwambia sasa wewe ndio utaendelea advising the president on matters national security. Yeah. So there we have it. Even the king needs to be taught. Ama can be taught.
Even the king needs
to be taught.
Yes.
Okay.
Simple proverb. Leo ni Thursday. Tunaelekea Friday. Hapana tax vichwa vya watu sana na proverbs ndefu.
Yeah.
No.
Zenye lazima wafikirie na methali ingine.
Okay, sasa hii. Okay. Even the king needs to be taught.
All right.
As simple as that.
It's a wrap. Let's check out radiogeneration.co.ke. More common links: rising insecurity to political mobilization of youth gangs. On this one, rather, he is spot on. But
on this one, he is very right. But you see, it's like telling us what we already know. See, we know. It is the political body of this country who have made Gunizoma growth industry.
True.
Wao ndio wanataka mayouth wakimbie kando ya gari. Wao ndio wanataka mayouth ambao wanaenda kuheckle mtu. Wao ndio wanataka mayouth ambao wanashout majina zao. Well, it's them. They are the paymasters.
Wanalipa watu wakuje pale mbele wawapigie shangwe wakisema kitu yote.
Na mtu mwingine
ama mtu mwingine akisema kitu wanamheckle down.
Yes. This is something that falls squarely on their laps. They are the ones who have given this particular industry wind assistance.
I usually look at other countries that we would like to be like, and some of them we are trading with. Pole sana. When I look at a country like China, I cannot imagine one of their politicians, and unfortunately the only prominent politician we know is President Xi Jinping. I cannot imagine President Xi going to a rally somewhere in Guangzhou and telling these guys, oh, the opposition this. Do they have an opposition by then in China?
Opposition to fall.
Also, they don't, eh?
Yes.
I don't see them going and making declarations in the streets of Shanghai or in the streets of Guangzhou or in the streets of Shenzhen. You know, saying this and that, saying that by the way, I will build this road for you. This school capitation, this, or fuel prices, that. I do not hear that. I do not see that. And I'm sure they usually have their own kinds of issues that they face. I'm sure they have roads that need to be constructed. I'm sure they have their own fuel price issues that perhaps they need addressed. It's just that I have never seen it.
You see, Paul, remember the Chinese Communist Party and the way it is structured?
Yeah.
If there's a bottoms-up political structure,
niyo.
Kura inapigwa haswa for the leadership ambayo wako at what we call the village level. Kura inapigwa.
Huko ndio wanaamua nani?
No, inapigwa haswa. Inapigwa.
Yeah.
The hierarchy of the Chinese Communist Party.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And they infiltrate every aspect of Chinese life. Hata kwa jeshi utakuta kuna mtu anaitwa commissar. One former president Kikwete was a commissar in the Tanzanian military. I think he had the rank of a colonel, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Lieutenant colonel. Okay. So once you have that grassroots support, after that, the election of people into the higher ranks, say at now the constituency level, you know what to Mamalizana now, constituency level, to the county level, international level, now it's delegates. But my friend, believe me, people participate.
Yeah.
Yes. They participate, and don't assume that people don't lobby when they have that meeting they have every year, or the caucus meeting. You lobby.
So these elected leaders are the ones who go and decide who's going to be president now.
In a chama. You see, Russia we knew ilikuwa inaitwa Politburo, okay? Unapanda ukipanda unakuwa secgen. Si ndio? All these posts utakuta kwamba the delegates wanna decide tukisongaga. It's actually I find it particularly instructive and interesting to see how it is you get people to participate in a process.
Right.
And the party member is a powerful person. Oh, they are very powerful. Very, very, very powerful.
So now, like I was saying, I don't see them doing that. Hiyo story ya kwenda in the streets of Shanghai.
Utaletea watu nini?
I don't see the way. I'm not saying that ours is bad. Hii ya kuenda Kitui mnafanya Jamhuri Day huko, mnajipata Kakamega mnafanya Madaraka Day huko. It's actually a good thing, you know.
That is not good. It's excellent.
It's
because
excellent.
The whole country gets to have an opportunity to have a national event in their backyard. It is a good thing.
Si kila kitu inafanyika Nairobi.
No. Zamani ilikuwa Nairobi everything.
Alafu manze congestion, traffic, president akitoka hapa akienda huko stress.
In the old system you had provincial commissioners. So in every province there'd be a similar function. Bro, a school children tumeenda kuimba. Unajua mtoki pale mpaka hiyo kitu ishe?
Ndio sasa. Na mnaketi pale katikati ya jua mna tent.
Bro, huwezi toka.
So kitu nilikuwa nasema tu ni tume politicians wetu ndio wamefanya gangs wakafika mahali wamefika.
Ni wao.
Something significant we need to mention. It's just this year a very high ranking Chinese military officer was actually arrested on I think it was either corruption. I think it was corruption. It wasn't corruption. It was treason. He was arrested because it is reported that he might have shared important information, national security information, with foreign powers, and of course, sana that is just America. So, and he was President Xi Jinping's best like this, like wali rise in the party pamoja. Bako wakafika at the levels wamefika. So of course Xi Jinping is the president. This guy was in charge of the military. I think one of the military, the Air Force or Navy or whatever. That guy, this year too, was caught in that scandal. He resigned. He's facing charges. Atajitetea. If found guilty, well, consequences. If not, well then, he's allowed to live his life. Na alikuanga best ya Xi hivi. Boys, yani ule mnakulanga nyama pamoja, you share secrets with, you know, you visit each other's homes, your wives know each other, they probably belong to the same chama kind of thing. Na Xi Jinping alisema, bro, beba msalaba wako.
The same thing happened with in Singapore in those early days. The minister who was close to Lee like this. That fellow ended up committing suicide.
Yeah.
Again, he was accused of taking a bribe of $1 million. Out of chase in vitu.
Yeah, and I remember a speech that Lee Kuan Yew made on that minister you're talking about. He said, look, he's my friend, but we are working for the people here. This is not personal. It is just what it is. Na akasema bwana kila mtu abebe msalaba yake. Haya, hapa Kenya kitambo mtu abebe msalaba yake.
Oh, itafika huko tu. I know I say it very often and you assume it happens. There's a threshold that people get to and they're fed up.
Yes.
Like this issue of fuel. This is an extremely sensitive issue.
Yeah.
And it unites the entire country. This is not going to be compared with the Gen Z uprising, as I call it.
Right.
But it is similar in the sense that there is a pain point. And it was called the what? The finance bill. So, this one goes beyond the finance bill.
But let me ask you something, Siti.
Ask.
EPRA, before they announced these prices, because they raised them by 28 shillings and 40 shillings for petrol and diesel, respectively. When by the time they were announcing it, and you know EPRA are independent, and we like
EPRA are not independent, but carry on.
They are the regulator, right?
Yes, they're the regulator. That is correct.
Exactly. So they didn't consult with the president. Look, we're going to be announcing.
What makes you think they didn't consult?
So they did. Let's assume they did. So they probably told the president, look, we're going to do this and this and this, and then the president probably told him, you know what, carry on. It's your job anyway. Then kidogo like this, the president comes and says, oh, we have cut VAT by that 8 shillings from 16 to 8. Then EPRA is like, man, goddamn. So now we have got to revise these prices, eh?
Yes.
Why didn't they do this before? Why didn't they do this? So they can have announced a final price.
In the days of President Moi, when President Moi was president of Kenya, there used to be some ridiculous statements made by certain members of parliament, some of whom were assistant ministers, some was there ever a minister? Not really. They used to make some pronouncements that would make your hair stand up. It It is only when I grew up and was a little older and understood things about politics that some of these things were there to test the waters. A statement is made to see how people respond. Then another one is made to see how people respond.
But why are they messing with our psychology?
The thing is, you want to know what you can get away with.
Now I feel very bad because yesterday I fueled when it was at that price.
I would urge you to stop feeling bad.
I actually feel very bad.
I would urge you to stop feeling bad.
And now that you have said what you've said, that whole issue of testing, I honestly feel used. I feel used.
Paul, remember, I speak from the point of view that I am offering my perspective.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying that if I were to go with your perspective, I feel used.
You see, there are enough people in the country, NIS notwithstanding, who know what people are thinking. They know. And they know in details. They employ all these professional people who've studied in this diversity of disciplines we have. Whether they are doctors, whether they're engineers, whether they're teachers, whether they are... They know. They are just about the most well-informed unit we have in the country. They know. And they brief the president. The president himself told us he gets raw data. He does. He's told... This is a president who functions with data. This is not one of those guys who goes and visits some witch doctor after he has been briefed. No, you give him data, he questions it. Oh, how do I know this?
So you're saying he doesn't go to Kalumanzira?
No, neither does he go to that other guy who you find in Pemba.
Okay,
yes.
Loliondo kule.
No, Loliondo just mainland TZ. Pemba wajua ni...
Kule kwa island kule.
Basi. What am I saying? Somebody who depends on data and somebody who understands data as he does,
yes,
okay, will have been informed.
And you know, this comes after Dede Nyoro. I like calling him Dede, but it's actually Ndindi. But Dede Nyoro did say some things, and he actually said them before he managed ya fuel. Then of course last night he appeared on JKL and said even more things.
Yes. The opposition brigade are thriving on anything that appears to be an error made by this government. That's what the opposition does the world over.
Akina Gachagua now wakapatana ukiwa na kina Kalonzo wakasema, look, when they gave their presser yesterday, said that the president is benefiting from this particular crisis, charging Kenyans some 5 shillings for every liter Kenyans are buying, the president is getting 5 shillings out of every liter.
That is an extremely reckless statement to make. And if you are going to make it, then you better support it with something.
With some evidence.
Yes, exactly. Because it is, I mean, why is it 5? Why is it not 3? Why is it not 10? Why 5?
Haya, alafu tena Babu Owino naye at a separate event akasema perhaps this is the right time to go to the streets.
Babu Owino was a keen student of one Raila Odinga.
Yeah.
And Babu Owino is that particular caliber of politician who thrives in such situations. Okay? Where there's a little let's light it up moment.
Right.
When it presents itself, he wants to be right at the forefront. You know, I wish these people would tell Kenyans how it is they're going to make their lives better. Okay?
Yeah.
We also, you know, we live in this country, okay? These problems they're telling us about, they don't feel it the way we do. Do you really think that the person that the politician purports to represent feels the pressure of fuel the way they do? No! Them, they get a fuel allowance. Okay?
That's why I asked you yesterday. See, these guys are usually charge Kenyans.
Yes, but we pay your mileage. You know, wakenda kutembea watu wao nini?
Wanananga wanasema tumetravel 25,000 kilometers tulipeni pesa.
But why do you think it is the scandals have kept coming up of somebody overclaiming whatever compensation they need for the mileage they've traveled and so forth? Look, I have never seen a campaign that is based on fault finding succeed, even if those who were campaigning on the faults of the incumbent get to power. Because you are raising the bar on fault finding. Should you get to power, you're the one who will have raised that bar. President William Ruto came in with a completely new way of doing politics, made it issue-based with clarity. That is what is biting him now. He said and talked about projects that needed to be done and when they will be done. He even gave timelines. The Uhuru government had given timelines, and the vast majority of those promises were never fulfilled. Is it not possible to say these are the things we want to do? In the first year, these are the things we are going to do. In the second year, we will do this. So that people have an idea. There's some low-hanging fruit you can do within a year. Say, when you say so, people may complain, but when they see them done, they'll say, oh, these guys actually do what they're saying. In the following year, you do so. But when it's amorphous, and it's like everything that you've said will be done tomorrow and the day after. Yes, because disappointment is a factor of expectations.
I said here some time back, and I said that perhaps this government is doing too many things at the same time, and that is why people are saying that you lied, or rather they lied.
Yes, the promises that were made are not undoable. They are doable, but they're not doable in a day, in a week, in a month.
Angesema, for example, guys, barabara Mau Rironi wacheni watengeneze. Nikimaliza hiyo ndawaambia the next project.
Yes.
Amalize Rironi Mau. Aya kuja sema, aya guys, affordable housing, I'm focusing on that. Ajenge affordable, akimaliza sema, okay, now guys, there's this thing called NHIF. We need to sort this thing out. Then do it, and then do it, and do it very well. At the end of the 5 years, it might look like he has not done a lot, but whatever he said he will do, he has actually done.
And he can point to it and tell you it's been done.
That's it. I told you about houses. There they are. I told you about SHA. Here it is. I told you about the road. Imagine doile. I told you about gas. Aren't you using gas worth 300 bob? I told you about sanitary towels. Aren't you getting them for free? Akimaliza aseme, now, as I campaign for this new, as I campaign for re-election, these are the things I promise. And guys will be like, by this guy, imagine he will deliver.
We've seen him deliver.
Yeah.
We've seen him deliver.
But there's so much going on, some of it incomplete, and then money has been stolen. Of course, we know that for a fact. And then it's just a monster, and it's biting him, like you've said.
And what is worse is that new promises keep being made. And I keep asking, why?
Kwanza kuna moja CS Wandai amesema venye alikuwa anaulizwa na parliament on Monday. Akasema by December 31st, and please correct me if I'm wrong, guys. He said by 31st December this year, we shall have trucks moving oil from Turkana zikienda nje ya country, zikafanywe nini, zikaprocessiwe. Hiyo kama kuna yenye nimecapture, nao nimecapture. Ninangojea 31st December hivi.
Wajua, there are ministers who should never be allowed to at least speak.
Zidi, opia alikufanyia nini?
Nothing. Let somebody make such a blunder. Then you can come in and rectify it as a minister. But now when you've said it, okay, who else is going to come and speak on that subject? So umefunga hiyo kesi? Yes.
And you know, this is the worst part is, it is the CS who has said it, not the president. Hata president akwambia bwana, my friend, you carry on cross. Acha tuambie watu barabara zinakaje.
Traffic.
All right, so it is now 33 minutes past 6 o'clock. The roads currently, if I can start with Ngong Road because it is the one closest to me, inakaa iko tu sawa. 633 guys hakunanga traffic. Southern Bypass iko fiti. Gitanga Road iko tu sawa. Naivasha Road ile ya kwenda huko Kawangware na kwenda huko Satellite iko sawa. Kabiria nimeangalia sehemu za ndani Riruta now. Riruta is not looking bad. Kinyanjui Road as well. But back in the day, city, we used to live on Kinyanjui Road when I was like 2-3 years old.
Kinyanjui Road iko wapi?
Kinyanjui Road iko Satellite.
Ruta Satellite.
Yes, Ruta Satellite.
No, I know
yes,
Ruta
yes.
Satellite is.
Kuna place inaitwa, hiyo place inaitwaje? Unajua Kabiria? Kwa naishi karibu na Kabiria. Anyway, so the point is that area is looking good. Watu ambao wanatoka Ngong Road mkienda Southern Bypass na mkitoka Southern Bypass, actually this place looks very green. So that means that the vehicles that are on the road are moving very swiftly. Haile Selassie also looking good. Raila Odinga Way looking good. Lusaka Road sasa tumeingia CBD not looking bad as well. Landis Road hizo areas za Kamukunji zinakaa tu ziko sawa. Luthuli, the CBD is actually bustling right now. If this map is anything to go by, that means that you guys have actually gotten to town and you're transacting your business well. No traffic whatsoever, apart from the few spots where we have the terminal. Alafu kuna watu wa Thika Super Highway. Hapo hiyo sehemu ya KCA yote ukiteremka chini mpaka Hash Grill pale Pangani, hiyo ni traffic tupu, lakini tunajua inasonga because beyond that there is no traffic, and behind it as well there is no traffic. GSU headquarters huko ukienda kujoin Outer Ring Road, Allsops, as you're heading towards Juja, not Juja rather, what is it called, that entirety of Outer Ring Road is looking good. Sehemu za Kariobangi mko sawa, Isri bahari yake habana shida, inasonga vizuri kabisa. Alafu watu wa Kangundo Road ambao wanatoka kule Ukambani mko tu sawa, hamna shida yoyote. If I can just zoom out and check out Mwabava, that is Mombasa. Mombasa is not looking bad at this particular hour. I can see one pocket of traffic. This is at the junction of, where is this now? This place called, I can see Sega Road and Ronald Ngala, where they meet. That place is jam-packed at this particular minute, but it looks like it's moving nonetheless. All right. Ukiona chochote barabarani ambacho kinakaa ni kama unafaa kutuambia, mbona usilonga nasi katika mtandao wetu tupate kila mahali. Radio Gen KE, watu wa kule Mamba Village, kila kitu kiko sawa. Links Road, that entire stretch of Nyali Road by there is looking good. Tomboya Road as well. Kwanza kuna mahali hata hakuna magari, because I can see grey, then suddenly there's a burst there's a burst of green, so that means that perhaps kuna traffic inatoka tu sehemu moja ikienda nyingine.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right. Let me start with the daily, not the daily, but the Taifa Leo. That is the daily Taifa. Wanasema hakuna tiketi ya moja kwa moja according to Governor Wanga. Mwenyekiti wa ODM asema chama hicho hakitatoa vyeti bila uchaguzi wa mchujo.
That one I will wait and see.
Because of that whole zoning issue?
The whole zoning issue, but there are very many people within ODM. If we're to go by what one Mr. Widi told us here, there are many people. He mentioned her name and that of the Omabay Town MP.
Yes.
So these are people who had benefited immensely because of that direct nomination. But you see, that direct nomination is not something that you could say is what the party leader decided. It's in their constitution.
Okay.
It's allowed. And they will have direct nominations.
Yes.
They can say what they like. Come the day.
Yes.
And they'll have direct nominations, my friend.
So hii story ya Gladys Wanga hii story.
Gladys Wanga is a politician.
Okay. Ni kubaya. Wanasema nauli ya usafiri na wa umma na uchukuzi yaongezeka punde baada ya bei za mafuta kupaa huku vilio vikienea. As much as this thing was mentioned last night, this new petrol price was mentioned last night. As I was driving to work today, I haven't seen any changes pale mali wana indicating unless kwa pump pale kwa board unless kwa pump wamechange. Hapo kwa board haija change.
Paul, the thing that I know is true and I also know is consistent.
Yes.
Kenyan business people are quick to increase prices when it is justifiable. Reducing.
Yeah, ni story.
Itakuja siku 2-3 namna hii.
Natakwambia ni stock hiyo tulinunua na 28, so
yes, so unataka kufanya nini?
Itabidi mngoje stock ishe ndio sasa to revert to your price yenye ya 197.
Yes, and they forget that we had the rumors that there was hoarding.
Yeah,
and the price that of fuel at the time we're talking of hoarding was infinitely less than this. So they see it as an opportunity to make huge profits. The opportunistic attitude that Kenyans have has a very positive side to it. But when it disregards the welfare of the citizenry, it's something that should not be tolerated.
Yeah. Wanasema bei ya mafuta yaongezeka kihistoria, serikali ikisema ni kutokana na vita vinavyoendelea Iran. Bei ya mafuta ya dizeli yanayotumiwa sana kwa usafiri wa umma ndio iliyopaa zaidi kwa shilingi 40, na petroli ikiongezekana kwa shilingi 28. Sasa petroli inauzwa kwa shilingi 206, but these prices have changed, guys. Na dizeli katika shilingi 200 pia, na mafuta taa kwa shilingi 152. Wenye magari wasema wataongeza nauli kwa asilimia 25. That's 25%. Viongozi wa upinzani wakimshinikiza Ruto arejeshe bei chini mara moja, vinginevyo waitishe maandamano Ukurasa wa pili iko na taarifa kamili.
This is going to be a rallying call for people. The government has to do something about it. But it should not be something that they are reacting to. These are things that require policy statement.
Yeah.
Okay? Remember, one of the things that the government has done in the past times to cushion the citizens from the volatile nature sometimes of fuel prices is to have subsidies. Okay? Now, whenever you hear that the government is trying to remove subsidies, that's not government of Kenya. That is these lenders that we like going to. Man, anyway.
Yeah.
Those guys, all these things that you hear, sell this. You see, we are dealing with situations that were very similar to what we saw in the Moi era. These Bretton Woods institutions are the ones who advise the government to sell houses, to sell God knows what, to sell what. A stable setup that enabled the government to employ the very best in the civil service, like providing housing for them, blah, 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 things like that. The dance dismantled all that. So a new ecosystem was created. That new ecosystem came with very many problems.
Yeah.
So you come up with a decision that creates problems that didn't exist before. So now you're grappling with problems you didn't have. Many of those houses were given to people. They were located. People. It's you know, you look back at that period and you wonder, what did we gain? Same issue.
Yeah.
You have a bloated workforce. That was when we came in with what we call the golden handshake. The golden handshake in itself and the aftermath was not as negative as one would have expected, because when you got to 40, you could take a golden handshake if you work for a parastatal, so forth, and actually leave. What it did, it released a certain cadre of individuals into the informal sector. People who had actual knowledge and had actually trained in certain things. And that's perhaps why you saw that our informal sector became just probably one of the largest sectors we have in the country. It actually grew. Because what began as somebody having, say, a barber shop, okay? It now expanded and became something else. To understand the full fruition of it, look at how we treat our petrol stations. There used to be a small shop. No, these days it's not a small shop. It's a small grocery shop. There's a coffee shop. There's even a supermarket. There's a car wash. These things were never quite there. What you had was a petrol station, sometimes maybe car wash kidogo, and where they repair tires. Done. Now, when creativity comes into the market and people are thinking differently, you suddenly find that it is no longer just one thing.
Yeah.
A car wash may not have a petrol station, but there'll be a restaurant next to it. There'll be a laundry next to it. There'll be conveniences that you would have.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the situation that we find ourselves in will render some of those businesses tricky.
True. Very true. So wamesema hivyo, UDA mshiriki wa mabavu. Chama tawala charipotiwa kutumia nafasi yake ya mamlaka kutatiza vyama shirika kama vile PA, Ford Kenya, ANC na sasa ODM. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 3. Wastaafu wagongwa pensheni yao. Mkaguzi agundua visa vingi vya watu hewa wanaonyonya pensheni ya wastaafu. Kiangase.
It's not a new thing.
Stories on page 3. Sababu gani hufai kutumia msamiati mzito? Katika jarida la lugha na fasihi kuna uchambuzi wa vitabu vya fasihi na nasaha kuhusu Kiswahili. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 13-17. PSG Atletico waingia nusu finali kule UEFA. Wazaba Liverpool na Barcelona wasubiri ama Bayern, Real, Arsenal au Sporting. Jana kulikuwa na mchuano wa UEFA, that is the Champions League, and the final.
Who are playing against each other?
So yesterday, first of all, the day before that, on Tuesday, we had Atletico Madrid and Barcelona playing
with each other.
Yeah. On
and Atletico won.
No. Actually, Barcelona won on aggregate. Yeah, sorry, Atletico won on aggregate 3-2. Yeah.
Paul, you know, you've made me take an interest in sports.
In sport, eh?
Yeah, so I do.
So you enjoy these things nowadays?
No, I have never not enjoyed football. I just don't make time for it. Yes.
Yeah. So Barcelona won the match but lost in the
On aggregate.
Yeah, exactly. So Atletico have gone forward.
One of my most favoriteest thing when I watch clips of football,
Yes.
Bwana, it is the fans. When a goal is scored,
Yeah.
that thing, my friend, it is something to behold.
Yes.
Eh?
Yeah.
The rapture, the cheering,
Yes.
eh?
Kuna vile.
The celebration, it's something else.
So yesterday also Arsenal was playing against Sporting Lisbon and wako Portugal. Wakatandika, okay, walitoka nunge, but on aggregate Arsenal won 1-0. So Arsenal has now gone to the semi-finals. And then we also have Bayern München. So Bayern München was playing against Real Madrid. Wakatandika Real 4-3. So on aggregate they have actually won 6-4. So Bayern has proceeded to the semi-finals as well. Yes. So the finals are going to be quite interesting. Quite interesting. Especially if a team like Atletico Madrid actually gets to the finals.
Why would that be more interesting than if the other got in?
They haven't been there in a while, number one. But also they were unexpected. Like I don't want to call them an underdog, because when they play at home in the La Liga, they're actually very formidable. But they haven't been at the finals in a while. So if they actually do get to the finals, it's going to be an interesting one.
These European tournaments, there's UEFA. Is there another European tournament apart from UEFA?
Yeah, so UEFA, the top one is called UEFA Champions League. Then the yenye iko chini yake inaitwa UEFA Europa. Okay. Then iko chini ya hiyo inaitwa UEFA Conference League. So hii ya juu kabisa Champions ni ya between number 1 and 5 wanakuanga kwa from each
kwa ligi yao za kwao.
Alright. And then UEFA Europa ni ya wale wanakuanga number I think number 6 na 7, alafu Conference ni wale wako chini ya hiyo. Haya. Tuingie pale Standard newspaper. Double speak master. See, I told you. I saw this one coming. Anyway, this is what they're saying. He rose to power on public anger over fuel prices. Now, President William Ruto is grappling with the same crisis he once brushed off as excuses. Yeah, City, you called him out on this one, He said issues, they are biting him. As pump prices climb past 200 bob and his government leans on global war pressures he previously dismissed, the irony is stark. The latest fuel shock is squeezing households, slowing business activity and tightening inflation grip. A president who promised to crush cartels and lower costs now presides over rising taxes, shrinking income and growing public anger. A full circle moment indeed that can be found on pages 4, 5, 6 and 7. So the president in 2022 alisema hivi: the people telling us about Ukraine and Russia are also telling us that there is no shortage of fuel. They are also trying to blame oil marketers. They are even conflicted on the reasons why we have an artificial crisis in the country. Then the president yesterday said this: there is a war in the Middle East and the cost of oil has skyrocketed everywhere. However, here in Kenya, we have concrete plans to ensure that we moderate the costs. We have dedicated 6.5 billion to stabilize prices through subsidies. We have also reduced VAT and have enough fuel.
Last as how long?
So kitu alisema kule wakati President Uhuru alikuanga rais, ndicho kinakuja kumkaba tena hapa. Tukiangalia the Star newspaper wanasema fuel price hike drives up family budgets across Kenyan economy. This story is on page 4 and 5. Government will stabilize pump prices, says President Ruto. Alarm as SHA failures acute understaffing cripple hospitals. Court upholds death sentence for 2 in brutal 2011 robbery. And turning waste into wealth, Accra's lessons for Africa. These are lessons coming all the way from Ghana. So president slashes VAT from 16% to 8% for 3 months. City, kazi kwako.
Right. Like, why don't you look at the business daily since we're discussing business issues?
Why don't we?
Right. Young Kenyans thrive in rural Denmark farms. That is on the live section, not in Kenya. Uni, Denmark. Umesikia? Watoto, wadogo, vijana
Kenyans.
wadogo. No.
But I know, when you said that, I'm taken to a group. There's some Kenyans in the
Yes.
Philippines.
Yes.
who are farming.
The Kenyans are in Denmark.
Okay.
Not Kenyans in Kenya.
So this is Kenyans
The Kenyans in Denmark are thriving in rural Denmark farms. Umesikia hiyo?
Yes.
Eh.
So mimi nimeongeza pia in the Philippines.
Wako
Yeah. I've actually seen them on YouTube.
wanacheza na Wakenya.
Yeah, tuko kila mahali bro.
Big shift as railway pegs cargo freight charges on fuel prices. Huh. The Kenya Railway Corporation has introduced a fuel price adjuster on its new cargo freight tariffs for 2026, marking a major shift that will see those using its network pay more for services whenever fuel prices increase substantially. Good luck to you. Pump levy cuts U.S. remittance to Kenya to a 5-year low. Remittance sent to Kenya from the U.S. posted a rare double-digit fall in January this year, dropping to their lowest level in 5 years, as the impact on tax on outward-bound transfers by President Donald Trump administration began to bite. Lazima tumeni tu pesa lakini tutaki. Okay? Yes. CDN Bank loan write-off rises to 1.6 billion. The loan write-offs by CDN Bank hits 1.58 billion in the year ended December 2025, a significant increase compared to the previous year after a year of pursuing recovery and settlements by customers. In this sort of economic climate that we have been in for some time, there will be defaulters. It started during the COVID era. We haven't really come out of the effects of COVID fully. Simple truth.
Yeah. Pole sana.
And then now with this, we thought it was Ukraine.
Yes.
Now that we have the issues in the Middle East, because Ukraine still has its problems. We suddenly find that things are not as easy as we think.
But is it us or is it the government that is finding out the truth the hard way? Because I feel like Kenyans knew the truth way before.
Which truth are you speaking to?
The things are tough all over the world.
Yes, they are tough all over the world.
You know, media houses were doing comparisons yesterday of how different countries are
dealing with the problems that, yes.
Ni sisi na Malawi tu tuko on the extreme. Malawi wanauza mafuta yao at 400 shillings. Actually, it's like 486.
Okay.
Let's round it off to 500.
Okay, and that compared to the Kenyan shilling, what's the convertible rate of the Malawian shilling to the Kenyan shilling?
No. In Kenyan money, they are buying.
Oh, in Kenyan money, they are buying fuel at 400 shillings.
At, yes, 486 shillings.
And that president hopes to continue being president.
Maybe we should call him and ask him.
Okay.
So this is got 206. Well, saizi ni 197. But things are thick down south.
400. Okay.
486.
It tells you we're not doing too badly.
But yes, we are not. But our neighbors are selling their fuel at below 190. I think Tanzania are selling it at 180 something. You know, they are where we were a few days ago. Actually, no.
You know, one of the benefits of having a population that trusts you.
Yes.
When you explain something, they will understand. Even if the discrepancies, they'll give you a buy. They'll say, "Sawa, tunaelewa." Okay. Where there is mistrust, bro, even when you're speaking the truth, nobody wants to know.
Yeah. People are pulling out tweets from 2011 that were written by our president, some current president right now, some were written by Dennis Itumbi, and I'm like, wow.
The social media never forgets. Bro, once that... let's start with the media. Once it's in the media,
it's a wrap.
For posterity, you are not going to do anything about it. These things you do and these things you say, you should pray that you're not in a position... And I'm speaking now to those who call themselves the United Opposition. Keep raising the bar.
Yes.
Pray you do not get into positions of power. Because we will be telling you exactly the same thing.
Exactly.
And this time it will be worse. When you paint someone as being darker than tar, you tar them with a brush that is absolutely blacker than black. Okay? What you've done is you've shone a light on something.
Yes.
That same light will be shone on you.
So
Banks sit on excess of 2.6 trillion as Kenyans shun investments. Commercial banks are holding 2.6 trillion in excess cash. I don't know what this means, indicating that workers and businesses are preferring passive income over investing in enterprises that could generate jobs. This is new data from the Central Bank of Kenya, and it shows that banks' liquidity ratio rose to a new all-time high of 61.7% February 2026, or 3.85 trillion from 58.3% in February 2025. Okay? And 2021, the year before then.
Yeah.
Banks are required by law to hold at least 20% of their deposits liability in cash or near cash assets, which allows them to meet short-term demands, including customer withdrawals without distress. This minimum statutory cash holding translates to 1.2 trillion at the current deposit levels, leaving lenders with an excess of 2.6 trillion. Na ni hao na wameamua kuikalia. Kenya fuel subsidies at risk as Saudis raise May prices. A fund that cushions Kenyans against costly fuel is set to come under pressure in the coming months as suppliers warn the cost of diesel and petrol will go up even higher for consignments covering the May to August period. The energy regulator on Wednesday raised retail fuel prices by as much as 24%, let's make it 25, to 206 shillings per litre. And this one is not written here, but I'm going to add, whereas in Malawi,
yes,
it is close to 400 shillings per litre. Okay? Right.
Yeah.
This story is going to be with us for now, but the thing about it, it is going to raise questions that the government is going to have to answer.
Right.
Civil servants joined revolt, according to this headline in The Nation, against Shah. This is the story on page 8. I'm going to read it for you so that you understand it. Civil servants joined revolt against Shah. Okay? This jolt is entitled, Unions, Shah is not working for us. Why? Because they are saying within the last week, Shah has limited the outpatient scheme to 2,500 per visit, meaning it is not that it is not working. No,
but for every visit, maximum you can spend is 2.5.
That's not working for them. They want it to be more. Again, when there is the element of trust between the government and its people, such a thing occurs. Either you tell people in advance that this is what's going to happen and you explain, or when it does come out, inadvertently or otherwise, you explain it and say, the reason why we're doing this is because of this and this and this. Okay. So, that headline is a little alarmist if you ask me.
Okay.
Civil servant union threatens legal action against the health agency as varied contractual terms without consultations are required. Okay? So, again, this particular headline is misleading. Because when you say they joined revolt, no, they are querying and saying, look, if this is done sorted out, we can go and say. That's not a revolt. No. Industrial action is when something isn't as per what you had understood it to be. And you want them to rectify so that they keep the word that is. Yes.
They gave you, yeah.
Yes. Bullying partners inside UDA wars on allies. This is a story on page 10. Okay. Since this is politics, what I've said is enough. I'm not going to read more on it. That is enough. Rising fuel costs spark wave of price increases. Transporters, millers, manufacturers raise charges as EPRA fuel increases drives up the cost of living nationwide. This is a story that is going to be with us for some time. Kenya Transporters Association urged operators to raise charges of up to 14%, noting fuel constitutes more than half the freight costs. So. A regulator caught off guard in SIC scandal. Cooperative department admits it missed years of malpractice even though one of its employees sits on the troubled firm's board. God Almighty. The number 5,000, the number of members of SIC Investment Cooperative, members and customers have been undergoing hardships as they are unable to recover hundreds of millions of shillings that they invested in the society. Data Commission found demands made before the account is deleted excessive. A group of winners have moved to court exposing the tenuous relationship between the gambling industry and its customers. What is it? Gamblers have sued betting firms over unpaid winnings. Meaning wewe umeshinda pesa, watu wamekataa kulipa wewe pesa
pesa yako.
Ile ambayo
kuna jamaa alileta kesi kama hiyo some few years back.
Alisema yeye alishinda pesa.
Hiyo kesi bwana. Alisema ya kwamba I think he placed the bet after the game had started. Now the system allowed him to place that particular bet, but again it rejected that particular stake. So there was a very big hulabaloo. Akaambiwa bro, hiyo kitu bwana haikuingiana, wewe hakuna pesa unapata.
There's an article in the opinion section. I'll just read the headline. This is by Charles Onyango Bo. Mindset change and tall tales. This theology of the mind is deeply frustrating when applied to corruption. When billions leak out of the public purse, the establishment claims the cure is, yes, a mindset change. It's an article worth reading, and it is in the Nation.
So.
But there's a human interest story. It is about the kidney transplants.
The one by Medihill.
Yes.
Yeah, but I thought they were acquitted. That hiyo kesi katupiliwa mbali.
Bado inaendelea bro. Bado inaendelea.
Sawa. So wacha tuingie katika news, alafu tutarudi tuendelee kuchambua na kuwasalimia. If you haven't given us your salams, you know where to find us.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Police Service has removed the police boss in Ishara after a shooting incident that left 2 people dead. Police spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga says the move is to allow fair investigations. The Inspector General ordered the officers' recall as multiple agencies, including detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, probe the incident. This comes as IPOA said it has begun a probe into the incident. Meanwhile, families of the 2 deceased persons have called for justice over killings.
Mimi sikuwa najua ama ni mtoto wangu ameuawa. Ndipo sasa aliniambia kunja mama mwingine kuambia. Nikaenda kaniambia unajua Kariuki ameuawa. Nilisikia vibaya sana. Nilimwambia hapana, wewe haujui Kariuki. Akaniambia hapana, namjua. Hii hata sio kama hii sio serikali ya Kenya, ni kama tuko Iraq.
Mauaji yake hakuwa kwa maandamano, aliuiwa kwa barabara. Mbali na mahali maandamano ilikuwa.
Mimi nilisikia tu baridi kwa mwili. Kwenda kuangalia nikapata damu inamwagika. Na hiyo damu haikuwa ya kawaida juu ni kitu yenye iliniguara.
Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro has questioned why Kenyan fuel prices remain high despite the government-to-government fuel import deal. He argues that neighboring countries without such arrangements are paying less at the pump. Speaking on Citizen TV on Wednesday, Nyoro says the G2G framework introduced by the government under President William Ruto to stabilize the shilling and ease fuel imports has not translated into relief for ordinary Kenyans.
G2G and other short stories. Why are Kenyans paying more in the pump with this mongrel of G2G? When Uganda without G2G are paying cheaper, Ethiopia without G2G, the Ethiopians are paying cheaper. The people in Rwanda are paying cheaper. In Burundi, they are paying cheaper. All these regional economies have nothing called G2G. Their leaders are not taking money off their citizens' pockets through oil.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki is asking Mount Kenya residents to stand by their leaders amid rising political attacks. Speaking in Kirinyaga County, Kindiki also urged politicians to remain respectful and avoid personal insults, saying leaders deserve dignity regardless of political differences.
Musikubali hao watu kukuja kutukana na viongozi hapa. Don't allow. Don't be cowards. Don't be cowards. Don't allow anybody. Don't allow anybody to come here and insult elected leaders. Mbona sijatukana senator wa Kirinyaga na aniungi mkono? Mbona sijatukana women rep wa Kirinyaga aniungi mkono? Lakini ni haki yake. Na mimi sikumchagua, alichaguliwa na wananchi. Wananchi watajua hatima yao, sio mimi. Hata wewe, you have no role. The only role you have is in your house.
Nigerian authorities have dropped terrorism financing charges against former Justice Minister Abubakar Malami and his son. Malami, who served under former President Muhammadu Buhari, will now only face charges of alleged illegal possession of firearms. Authorities say guns and live ammunition were found at his home in Benin Kebbi in northwest Nigeria. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? I need to give a few shout outs here. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. A big shout out to Morris and Dati saying good morning, guys. Well, good morning to you too, my brother. The real C pia naona kuwa napo Elizabeth Kamau. Then we do have kwanza Elizabeth Kamau amesema good morning City and Movie. Good morning. It is alafu tuko naye nani Perceptronium amesema Perceptronium ameweka hapo some few love hearts here. Anasema take heart and be encouraged. We
about what?
Yeah, all right, we shall take heart and be encouraged amidst all this drama with fuel. A lot of them good morning, good people. The political activities and rhetorics emitting from our leaders should be a wait a minute moment for all of us. I'm the commonest mwananchi can be. I am genuinely concerned. Alando nakubaliana wewe. From them telling us about maandamano, them telling us about goons or even sending goons to each other. Yes, indeed. Tunafaa kujiuliza maswali mengi.
Inabidi.
William Siebere amesema, where are we? Huh? Okay. Alafu akamalizia akasema, where we were when our country was auctioned by this animal.
The country hasn't been auctioned yet.
Hey. William amekasirika.
Anyone who tells the country has been auctioned is actually not telling you the truth. The country hasn't been auctioned, not really.
William amekasirika lakini.
Kwa nini?
Sieberi. Ni venye sezi malize yo sentence.
Kweli ni zile.
It could be treasonous, man.
Wacha ikae tu hapo hapo bro.
Subaru inaweza nikujia, Subaru ya Mambaru inaweza nikamia na mimi kukujiwa.
Hata si Subaru. Unaweza kuletewa ile gari nyingine inaitwa ni Prado.
Ama Mahindra.
Mahindra is good because you can actually walk faster than that car.
I can run faster than a Mahindra.
But these Mahindras they've brought nowadays ni nzuri.
Lakini William amekasirika. Odero Jacob, is this what animal is this, man? Odero, I don't know. Andrew Washira amesema, do we have a parliament? VAT can only be passed or approved by parliament, not a roadside announcement. Vancouver, Washington is locked. Haya, karibu sana watu wa Vancouver in Washington. Then Hesbon Sidon amesema, good morning team Radio Generation. How comes fuel in Uganda is 186 Kenya shillings equivalent yet landlocked? Yeah, I was asking the same thing. And even Rwanda, they have cheaper fuel unless I'm wrong. Should we privatize the port of Uganda and divide the proceeds? Yes?
The cost of fuel has to do with the taxes. if the taxes on fuel are close to 50%
Yes.
of the pump cost of fuel,
Right.
and those are, if you, all Uganda needs to have is not to have the same taxes as us. It's really, this isn't something that you need to brainstorm about.
Yes.
Yes, if Tanzania have fuel prices at the pump which are less than ours, it means their taxes are fewer.
Right.
Malawi, on the other hand, I think has more taxes on fuel than we do. That 400 thing, and that one, it's something to talk about. But these are the sort of things that give those in the executive sleepless nights. Yes.
Hesbon Sidon. I mean, and this question about Parliament, though, that Andrew has asked about VAT.
What about it?
Yeah, he's asked, do we have a parliament? Because VAT can only be passed or approved by parliament, not a roadside announcement.
Bro, what are we discussing? It started in the Uhuru era when we were told about state capture. That term, I had not fully understood it. And the thing that headlined this state capture was Kenya Ports Authority.
Yes.
At a particular point in time, the story then was they had sold the port.
Yes.
Remember?
I remember.
So everything that has followed since, anytime there is a government deal, okay, we hadn't understood the process of securitization,
right?
Because nobody had explained it to us, and since we don't read, we couldn't find out what it was. So we knew it had been sold, and then people talked of Sri Lanka, and they talked about what the Chinese did, and so forth and so forth, and we ran with it.
Lastly, Hesbon Sidon has given a very interesting suggestion, and perhaps we need to consider it. Anasema, or maybe we need to import from Uganda and remove VAT if G2G is really working.
Sidon, what I appreciate about that comment, it tells me that brother is versatile.
Yes,
because he should have just a small side hustle in comedy. Yes.
Anyway, it's time for us to introduce our guest. Today is Thursday, 16th April, and we want to talk about zoning and the broad-based government, basically. And with us in studio, we do have the woman rep from Busia County, that is, and also she is the Deputy Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Party, that is Honorable Catherine Omanyo. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Yani unaniita deputy.
Imeandikwa hapa.
No, she's not the deputy. She is the substantive.
Bro, ninasoma kile kimeandikwa mheshimiwa.
Usiongee na huyu mtu.
Anakushuka let me take that back.
First of all, no. Say I apologize. Not take it back. Take it back.
Yes.
Apologize.
Yeah, by taking it back, I'll also apologize.
No, apologize. Use the word I apologize.
Mheshimiwa, pole sana.
Be gentle enough.
Asante.
Being the first time here,
yes,
I should live with good memories.
Pole sana mheshimiwa. So that is the woman rep Busia County and the Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Party.
Biggest.
Sinaona hiyo.
Good morning.
Morning to
Welcome
you.
Welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante.
Before we get down to business, we have a proverb that we'd like to share with you, and perhaps you'll give us your thoughts on it. So, CT.
Yes.
Over to you.
Our proverbs for this week come from the Republic of Uganda. And it is a really simple, straightforward proverb. Even the king needs to be taught.
Very true. I'm a student as well every day. Yet I'm elected with so many,
You are elected by the whole county.
Exactly.
Yes.
And with the authority bestowed unto me,
yes,
I still must listen. Everybody must listen. The president to the MCAs, to the village elder, they must listen. Even if it's a little boy or girl talking, there is something they have seen, witnessed. They might not understand it, but the mention of it, you have to listen and ask, where exactly did you see it? That is how you start solving and becoming part of a solution to yourself first and the community. Yes.
It is in listening and being taught, like City is saying, that you actually get some wisdom, isn't it?
Exactly. If you are a know-it-all,
right,
sometimes you fall under the weight of the elephant, meaning you'd never listened, you were never taught.
Yes.
You thought you were you are a know-it-all, and now everything comes
You
banging
discover
you
that
down.
kumbe hakuna kitu ulikuwa unajua.
Yes.
Right. So like I said, I'd like to start by something we've just read this morning from Taifa Leo. It is saying UDA mshirika wa mabavu, chama tawala charipotiwa kutumia nafasi yake ya mamlaka kutatiza vyama shirika kama vile PAA, Ford Kenya, ANC, alafu ODM wametajwa pale. So Muhesh, what's not happening at the broad-based government arrangement?
We are very sharp. People might say whatever they want to say,
Right.
but ODM is not going to be like turkeys voting for Christmas. We can have friends, but we want to see if their handshake matches our smile.
Yeah.
If you really need to understand or know that a friend will take you places, it is how they also look into what matters to you most. And since when Baba started this journey, we have been through valleys and we have been through thorns. And as we keep looking at the scars that we incur along the way, we become more wiser in our arrangements, our ideas, decisions, because we do not want to let Baba down. One, his legacy is something that, if well sealed, all Kenyans, even future generations, will reap and reap well. So, like I've said, we are becoming more wiser. People have been discussing about us just jumping into the bandwagon of coalitions. We are not yet there. Everybody can go on rooftops and discuss as people already so willing. I even had, I was listening to your radio.
Yes.
Like somebody said a while ago, I don't know if you remember, that how can you like seduce somebody who's already has said yes or something, like we are already tunajipa. There was something like that.
Yes,
It
yes,
didn't
you're right.
go well with me. Atuko too willing. People must understand that we have so many options as ODM. And before even going into discussing zoning, I want everybody to understand that we have two types of coalitions. One is pre-election coalition, which is presidential system of governing. And the other one is post-election coalition. The first one, presidential, is where parties come together to merge before elections, and they have a formidable candidate as presidential candidate on top. So all of us, the resurgence, the efforts, the support rallies behind that one candidate. And then we zone counties all the way to the wards. We look at each party and ask ourselves which one is stronger in this ward or constituency or the county. Now we task that, and every other party in that county or ward or constituency rallies behind that particular candidate of that party. That way, we do not give an advantage to the opponents to penetrate. Because if we are very strong, for example, now today, UDA and ODM, same constituency or ward or county, both heavyweights go at it. What happens? We all go with the chunks of voters. They vote for each candidate, UDA, ODM. Then, in the middle, somebody weaker or our opponent
will prevail.
We make it so easier for the opponent.
Yeah.
Then, if we come to post-elections, if we will not agree, everything I'm saying is subject to negotiations.
Yes.
If we will not agree, then everybody feels their candidate across the nation. After elections, we look at each other. Did we make enough to form a government? No. Then we now come together.
Okay.
When we come together, that is post-election coalition. Now we even appointments we share. Everything we share. If we agreed 30 to 70 or 50-50, we share. So people should understand that ODM has not yet agreed on anything. We are yet, after SDC, we gave a mandate, our party leader, to go with able women and men. ODM, we are spoiled for choice. We have enough women and men who can go and negotiate.
All right.
And it will be tough. You know, with negotiations, you have to be ready to pull each other's leg until you reach somewhere and say, this is it.
When and how will the negotiations be done? Have they started? Are they ongoing? Is there like a time where we say maybe they'll start in August? Will they start after Christmas? 2 months before election? When will these negotiations be done?
That's a very important question everybody's asking. And being a new SG, that's already bombarding my mind.
Right.
We are having a meeting today, a central committee, to discuss about the same. It has to be sooner. It has to be sooner, because once the delegates give us a mandate to go ahead and we go and sleep over it again, it can make many people lose faith or trust in the leadership.
Yeah.
So we are actually meeting today, and very soon you'll be reading other breaking news about ODM.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. ODM has very well-defined strongholds. That membership is responsible for the very serious representation ODM has had over the years. My question is, what is ODM doing to ensure they don't only retain their strongholds, but that they grow their strongholds?
Well, zoning is part of it. Baba said, Linda bedroom. Linda bedroom means you might have people who come as friends and say, let us work together. But they are targeting maybe to penetrate, to weaken. So I thank God that most of the elections, grassroots elections, are done. We only have few sockets where we still have issues we're going to handle. But from the polling station, we have a chairman all the way up to the county and now the national leadership. We are not challenged but tasked to keep visiting counties, meeting the delegates, listening to them, because a few have already started complaining that someone is trying to swallow us. We will not agree to just sit back and do nothing. We have to come up with a strategy to seal and make sure that our areas where we are well profiled to be ODM, nobody brings sports in those areas.
Madam SG, when you ran for the position of women rep in the beautiful county of Busia, you had competitors.
Many.
But that's my point.
Before nominations and after nomination.
My point exactly.
Yeah.
Once we know that you have either agreed with UDA to do whatever it is you think will work best for you, the opportunity now presents itself, even with the union you're hoping to form, for people to actually vie on a UDA ticket. People who lost. For every elected official, the number of people who lost are always more than them. And they still want. Most people who get the bug and get into politics, they do not get rid of that interest in a day. So, if you say you're thinking and you haven't arrived at an understanding, in the absence of that zoning that you speak of, the challenge will be greater.
Unfortunately, that is very true. What I witnessed also in 2022, people who were not happy, people who thought they were rigged out, or sometimes a few individuals after doing sometimes the intelligence tells us who's strong, who's not. Everybody who vies imagines that they are strong. Even if you had another person at 56% and another one at 30%, if you decided to give a free ticket to the one that, the polls show that they are better off,
yes,
this other one will run to another party or get an independent ticket.
Yes.
It's a challenge to all parties. But a real child of ODM should, if after maybe nominations, because we are going for nominations, even Catherine will face competition. If I do not make it after nominations, and I love my party, I will not run away from my party. I will serve the party. And I believe political appointments sometimes come. If I truly served the party, then I get something to keep me busy until
the next
other
election.
Year. But unfortunately, that is never the case. So as we keep meeting with our aspirants plus candidates, these are things that we keep pondering and assuring them that we do not have losers.
See, this is really the question. You've gotten the heart of the matter of what I was asking. Because the moment you say you are aligned to a different political party, we've seen this with other coalitions.
Yeah.
People then have the leeway to challenge an ODM candidate simply because in Baba's time it could be argued we are not against ODM.
Or even not vote.
Yes.
There are people who never voted.
Yes.
Siaya, look at what happened. Most people who thought they were not treated well or they were denied tickets,
yes,
they just incited others not to go and vote.
They did. You've understood what I'm asking and you've answered it well. You see, Baba was a serious glue for the party.
Yes.
In his absence, again, the questions I'm asking, I'm rephrasing it, is what has ODM done to ensure that ODM strongholds remain what they are? What we see, there's Linda Ground and Linda Mwananchi, isn't it? I personally don't think that is a bad thing because it keeps ODM in the news. Oh, yes, it does. There's no other political...
Baba's children
yes,
at it.
Yes, it keeps... you can't escape a discussion about ODM because it's somebody's Linda in the ground, the other one is...
Baba kept us on toes.
Yes,
so we can't just sit there and think bread will come.
No.
We will have to manufacture it or go and find out where it is manufactured. But it is so normal for us. It is our DNA. We debate loudly. We express our views openly. We disagree openly. Then Baba's way, after all that, the party gives direction. That is where there is a quagmire. That is where there is a contentious issue. What has changed? Because after all that, Baba would leave us to talk, do what, run left, right. Then he calls us all and say, fine, this is the direction. And everybody shuts up. But just before his demise, we missed that gentleman. Baba, after his demise and before his demise, a few people did not like broad-based. They have even sworn in broad daylight that they'd rather, not be part of ODM if it goes that way.
Are they being sincere?
They have personal interests.
Yes.
If you're serving, like now Nairobi County, for example, it's where there are many whirlwinds, shifting left, right. If you look at the population in Nairobi County, you'll find that Kikuyus, Kambas, Luyas, in that sequence, have highest numbers. So for you to survive, if you truly want to make it in Nairobi, you have to look at what exactly, where, which side are they? Which side of the spectrum? If they are which term or how many terms, then you go with their chanting, you know. But if it were to look at the national or the Kenyans or put Kenyans first, not an individual first, then today we would not be having two factions.
But madam, the political opportunism, you say what you're doing is in your DNA as a party.
Yes, we debate like that.
Yes.
We look like we are not agreeing many times.
But opportunism and politics are very common bedfellows.
They are twins.
Yes, exactly. In fact, they are identical twins.
The only danger is how you do it.
Yes.
You do not do it to destroy the other, just for you to benefit. What is so wrong with Catherine today, wishing my friends well, just like other people did before, and starting something of your own, without destroying the other one first,
does it make
or causing a lot of confusion?
Does it make political sense to start something new when you already have something good that you're associated with, which already has a following?
Yes.
So why would you leave to start all over again?
And why not just say it?
Baba was one of those rare people who could actually do that. He could leave,
but he would openly say things, not camouflage in something looking like you are doing this, but you mean this.
Once again, double speak among politicians, surely.
I wish I wasn't a politician.
How can you blame a politician for speaking through both sides of the mouth? You can't. It's what politicians do.
But it is costing some of us an arm and a leg. We have to wake up every day to solve issues. We have sometimes to go sleepless nights, trying to make people understand what is going on. Because even a village elder has a following. How about
village elders do have followings?
Yes. So how about a national figure who people have been used to for over 8 years?
I would remind you that over time in the history of this country, we've had people who've been rising stars and then they dimmed, and you actually forget that they actually existed at some point. It is an interesting position to take when the opportunity presents itself, but it's also a very dangerous one.
It can destroy you.
Yes, the very thing you seem to be pursuing could be the very beginning of the end of that career that you thought was waiting for you.
You just have to have good friends around you who advise you well. There are people, I read an adage or something in one of the Nigerian books, that even a mosquito goes to its mother and tells the mother that human beings love me. They have been clapping for me the whole night. So there are friends who will be around you, clapping for you, encouraging you, pushing you to continue destroying yourself. Unless you stop at one time and look back and ask yourself, which path am I? Is it the right one? Sometimes even your own wit, your own common sense can help you. After listening to all the people clapping for you, cheering you, go, 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 the same people will drop you immediately when you are no longer, what they thought you would turn into.
Political relevance is really tricky.
It is.
Because it is not just seasonal, it is quasi-seasonal. Because at the point when you think you are reaching an apex,
is the right one.
Yes, you are actually declining. It's a strange thing. And so is this concept of popularity. The public are fickle.
Yeah.
They love you today and they'll throng to hear you. My yardstick is usually Jesus and his triumphant entry into Jerusalem. The same crowd, same
crowd
that welcomed him in, same. They are the same people who are saying, hang this fellow. Same.
Let me use my example.
Yes.
The day I was reading the speech, I blundered a little and I was baptized by fire. I was told off. I was called names. Now today...
Did they actually leave anything out? I think they called you anything that you could possibly call someone.
I even no longer go to social media. I used to, but it's no longer interesting because of
It
what
was a
I
serious baptism by
encountered.
fire.
Yes. Now, a few, the same people again who really came bashing, now they are sending me messages. Hey, tulikuwa underestimate, man. Nilikuwatch mahali, I listened to you, I don't know where. Kumbe, uko sawa. Maze, ni a few, uzoe tu, hata utashinda fulani. And I'm like, what? You are the one who said I'm illiterate. I can't even read English. I can't.
In fact, the illiterate was the
I don't have
polite insult. You were called some things.
I
that
saw.
You read and you wonder. Don't some people have something to do with their lives? I mean, come on.
I saw, and I was bashed for not saying constitutionalism. Some of these English words, you can't mention all of them, especially when you are in a situation. The tank just refused. What could I have done? And I have no apology. I'm a lawyer. If my lawyer syllables insist to also feature, let them feature.
They've seen a moment and they want to present themselves.
You know, I give motivational speeches in UK.
Yes.
In schools that are bigger than Alliance.
Yes.
I speak. I go to United Nations, New York.
Yes.
I speak. I've been to Iceland, where the president is a lady.
Yes.
I have been speaking English, but the message in it is what I insist. Before you rule out somebody and do away with them, what are they trying to say? You know, the message in it. Me, I don't try to be English. I don't. And I've never. You know, I've met some people, if you gave them a trip to America, even for 1 week.
Not 1
when
week.
They come back.
At the airport. They haven't even boarded the plane. They're
So
already twanging.
I'm not running away from my roots. I'm Luya. My dad, mom, I was born in the middle of Tesos and Luyas. So I will sound like a Teso 1 minute, and the other minute I am sounding like a Luya. And I have no apology. Who said that English is what makes me? It doesn't. Just happened to be.
Do not give the naysayers ammunition, and don't give them free airtime.
Thank you.
You see, this is our politics. It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but to understand it, you only need to look at what it is that those in the united opposition believe is the clarion call for them to present themselves to the people as a good alternative. They do not talk about the things they will do differently. Their focus is on one individual.
True.
When they deviate, they talk about the government. Paul and I talk about this every morning, and we say, but we live in this country. Why are they telling us things we know? We live here. Okay?
From breakfast to supper.
We were born here.
Yes.
We all the things that they say, unfortunately, I don't subscribe to that politics for this simple reason. It actually removes the mind of the citizenry from the things that actually matter and the things that politics is actually supposed to do. We've gotten to a point where our politics has to do with goonism.
Yes.
It has to do with lofty stories. It has to do with opulence. It has to do... How do all those things that we focus on change the lives of the citizens who actually vote?
You've just reminded me on my way here. I stay way beyond Karen. I've been... I was telling my driver, people are walking to work. Very focused, hardworking Kenyans.
Do you know the time they start walking?
Yes, I was looking in little groups, youths, women.
Yes.
You know the way they are walking.
And they're walking very briskly.
Yes, fast. And then I came back to the fuel prices challenge, and the matatu prices and everything. So I was telling my driver, imagine you walking stretching from Ngong. You are going to work across town. Because there's somebody he knows and said that one works near, I don't know, between Parklands and on the way to Runda, somewhere. He was mentioning some place, I've forgotten. But he walks. Not once, not twice. When he's broke, he just walks. When he has something, sometimes he boards a matatu to town, then again walks to work. And he has to wake up every day at 4 a.m.
Yes.
So I was saying, I as a government, although I'm in, you know, in ODM and hoping to negotiate to work with the government, we cannot have things go wrong and we keep quiet. Whether in opposition or not, we have to stand firm. Today in Parliament, we are going to vote to make sure that we slash more prices on fuel. I know it's a global crisis, it's a global challenge, but the nation, our government is in position to handle it, to make sure that our hardworking Kenyans don't bleed like they are doing today.
If you wake
we are
up,
driving on empty, even me.
if you wake up at the hours we wake up to do this work that we do, what you're saying is something we witness every day. And you can tell when the fuel prices go up, you find more people on the road than you found them the week before.
True. Yeah.
We means people who previously could take matatus are now not taking, because the balance.
Especially
do I spend the 50 bob or do I keep it to buy something else? Because that's 100 back and forth.
Yeah.
So the reality of it is that issues of that nature, when they are addressed, it helps those who are in positions of authority like the executive have the citizenry feeling and seeing that these people are with us, and the confidence in that government increases and the trust also increases. Because when you say you're running on empty, this particular government has a problem, and the biggest problem is not the statements they make.
Yeah.
No, mistrust. They are not trusted. And when you're not trusted, even when you're speaking the truth nobody will believe you.
Even if you're doing a good thing,
they will not see it.
Yeah.
There's something you've said about Parliament today.
Yeah.
You're going to be slashing what exactly? Are you targeting taxes, levies? What exactly is it that you're targeting?
VAT. I'm happy there was a notice, gazette notice to do that. And there are things that cannot just be passed like that. They have to come table in Parliament. Everybody's already saying we have to do something, which is a good thing, whether you are opposing or you are on this side. So I'm happy that the government has put Kenyan first, and that was Baba. Actually, anything that did not augur well, like making Kenyans suffer, Baba would not accept anything, even if you are his friend. So we must, and it's urgent that we do something. I heard of cartels, I heard of people doing business, I've heard of all that. But it reaches a point when those cartels no longer are needed. I think by now, if somebody was doing business, they've done it, they've made enough. How much does an individual need in this world? You know, it should reach a point, even if you're greedy, to learn that you will burst. You know?
Akili Mheshimiwa, there is no cap to it. Because you start off with not owning a car, you buy a car. Then you go to the model of car you now need to.
Yes.
And then somebody else, you realize that there are better cars than that one. Then you realize you don't really need to fly commercial. You can own. Yes, it never stops actually. So just like you will have a car, then you have 3 cars, you may have a helicopter. Realize what happens when this one has a problem. So you buy another. It never ends. Yes, there is a concept that is often not spoken of enough and should be called contentment.
Yeah.
When you're not content, it does not really matter. You will. There will be no point at which you will say it is enough.
But for us, I think because we don't have a formidable opposition, they call themselves united oppositions, but they are not giving the government enough, force to do things. So ODM, we are the right wing to put to task the government, whether we are in or not. So we will not slip over anything that makes mwananchi suffer.
We're going to take you at your word, Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
We are going to see what Parliament does.
Starting today.
I personally don't think very highly of Parliament. Personally, I do not think highly of them at
We
all.
we have good eggs in that parliament.
That without
it
a shadow
makes
of a
everybody looks rotten.
No.
But we have good eggs in
Mheshimiwa,
that.
you are spot on. You are right. You are not wrong.
Yeah.
But the reason why I have to lambast the whole lot of them, if there's a minority who actually speak, but whatever they say doesn't have the weight to bring about the changes that you want, I don't focus on those ones. I focus on the ones who are responsible for some of the problems that we make, because you're supposed to hold the executive to check. Surely, and that isn't done adequately.
We are tasked. We wherever we have not done our job, I think it's also good and it's prudent to say we are sorry. But the confusion, it's a lot. We have to come back and put the government on toes. It is even better because we can see where the loopholes are. We can understand where the challenges is, and then now from there we come out with a solution and advice.
Look, the opposition has threatened to demonstrate, isn't it? And my thinking here, there are those who believe that the handshakes that Baba was able to get into, because Baba could do one thing better than everybody else, he could get demonstrations going.
And it worked, yes.
Oh,
but the same Baba,
they really worked.
Just before his demise, he said, we now have to shift from protest politics to practical solutions. So we do not want to again damage our own land. The problem with the Kenyans, civil disobedience is not understood. They go to ban supermarkets, ban roads, ban property. That is not communicating. I've witnessed developed nations when young people are demonstrating, nothing is damaged. It's just a message. And they are given, they in fact say we will, from this time to this time, we will walk maybe 6 kilometers or miles from this point to this point. But our message is this. And we are giving a timeline for the government to respond. But in Kenya, people don't understand. We have a right, yes, to do a few maandamanos. But what is the message in the maandamano? Do we come out of maandamano better or worse?
Allow me to bash the class that you belong to, called the political class, just a little bit. Your rhetoric fuels these things. There is a politician, he was the former MP for Kisumu Central, it's called Ouda. That man made some incendiary comments about how it is that those who oppose the government, I'm paraphrasing, should be dealt with. Also, he was attacked. When such statements gave thugs license, because they feel this is how we demonstrate, because Goonism is a job description. You need to understand.
Hatred has come in.
Yes, exactly.
It's like
many
rivalry.
Precisely, and many of them find that is an avenue for eking a living. Okay? So, the politicians fuel it, the politicians finance it, and utterances inflame those situations. So you then have a very unfortunate situation which need not have happened. It more or less negates all the gains we've made with political tolerance.
Actually, Mheshimiwa, someone has challenged that that point you made on goons banning property, and hence that's why perhaps demonstrations go the way they go. And that is Zandani Marekani amesema, what was banned in Ishiara Hospital for the police to shoot dead demonstrators in Embu?
We have many sectors that over-exercise their authority. Why should also a policeman shoot,
an innocent Kenyan
demonstrator? Yes. Why?
And also a little baby, like baby Pendo. There are things that we have different organs in our government that, if well trained and if given good instructions, they will not be part of damages. The damage control after maandamano is too big. It takes another stretch that is so costly to come back to terms. There are people who have even hanged themselves. I remember there was a guy who jumped from the rooftop in Kisumu. I think he went to try and negotiate if the KRA or I remember barely. Another one in Busia. After maandamano, I think the lady lost everything. And Equity Bank was on her neck in Busia. So what she did was to just take her life because
she couldn't handle it.
Yeah, she tried to say maandamano, my things, my supermarket, my what. The guy who goes for pressing, you bring whatever you can and there is nothing. So I'm saying and I'm agreeing that yes, it's good to exercise maandamano, but how do we do it? Do we do it because of anger, because we hate so and so, or do we do it because we want to achieve something? What do we want to achieve then? How do we achieve it? Do we achieve it hating each other and making sure that this tribe does not ever surface, does not ever talk, does not ever lead, does not, we have a lot to cure. If you see how civilized people do maandamano, it's so different. And Kenya, we are above 60 years after independence. I think we should switch to practical solutions for now and not pushing for maandamano. Whoever is looking to take that angle should be very responsible on the instructions they give. No one is going to allow hardworking Kenyans to be taken back again. Even a small supermarket in the village, if somebody burns it, that person maybe has taken a loan. The other day I watched on Citizen, some thieves have taken computers of a young Kenyan, a GNZ. The young man broke into tears. It hurt me. I was looking at him and saying, this could be my little brother or my son. Some of us who started giving birth when we were teenagers, that could be my son. And he was talking of, he's taken a loan, he owes some people. Roughly 16 million is what he needs to start again, And you find that people who have come to break the shop are maybe his friends. They knew the way they did it. Somebody directed.
Mheshimiwa, you can't steal
now,
something
during
whose
maandamano,
existence you don't know.
Yes. During maandamano, we witnessed the same. People break in shops and carry things. Is that maandamano? That is theft. That is goonism. Because you pray that maandamano comes, and when this day arrives, you already have profiled which shops you will break into and take things for you to go and sell and have fun. So whoever is encouraging maandamano, what instructions and what will they put in place to make sure that Kenyans are not robbed?
Now, there's another one here by Morris Andati anasema, can we have a discussion on what ODM stands for in education, health and security? What gaps or better things are being done? And if ODM comes to power, in whichever way, how will they deal with this?
Usawa. The better way to handle that, usawa. The way Baba taught us or raised us, Baba does not want class. Baba has, I know he passed on, I keep talking like he's here. Yeah, when he said we fight or defend devolution, we make sure devolution does not go down. What he wanted is every county, money once channeled in the county, every county to make sure services move closer to mwananchi. And if services move closer to mwananchi, it means that instead of Catherine's kids traveling all the way from Busia to get better services in city centers, they will get them right near their homes in the counties. Now, when he talks of education, health, agriculture, whatever it is, a child from a poor background seated in a classroom with a child from a very rich background seated in the same classroom, nobody should see or detect a need from either. All the children, once they step foot in a classroom, whatever equipments the school has is for all of them. The teachers don't even notice who is who. Who's a child from a minister's home or who's a child from a village elder's home. They sit in class, they are equal, they receive same treatment. And exam, of course, it has...
How do you achieve this? This thing you're saying?
By making sure we feel or seal where corruption is. We don't allow siphoning of public funds.
I've actually asked you an unfair question. The reason I'm saying
corruption is the one killing us.
I agree. Why I'm saying I've asked you an unfair question is because it is a question that even this particular government cannot answer. The opposition cannot answer. So I'm going to reframe the question. What do we need to do to give the citizens of this country who are youthful free education? This is something that I don't want you to answer. It is something I want you to think about.
Okay.
Because if we can provide free education, this 700 billion plus, I need someone to explain to me why it can't give us free education. Because that's the allocation we have. The budget we have for health, I want someone to explain to me why that budget, is it around 200 billion, how that can't give us free health services. These are things I need to understand.
Yeah,
okay?
I was headed there.
Yes.
About health, yeah.
The budget that we have for security, the known and the unknown, why it is that that budget cannot give those in that industry, the service, the disciplined forces, better working conditions, better housing, everything that makes their life better so that they can carry out their duties. These are things which I feel are not difficult to address.
Yeah.
But a solution can be found if somebody can explain how these things can be addressed, because these are things that bother people.
Our governors, if all the money that they get go into making sure that service delivery to the people they elected get, then we shouldn't be...
That will never happen. No, I don't want
I do not want to
I
give
don't
up.
sound like no. I was going to qualify my statement. That will never happen because there's a deficit in the thinking and planning of our governors. Not when they are vying for those jobs. When they are vying, you see clear-minded people who clearly convince you they can do. But when they sit there, and I think the amounts, when you see an amount in figures, 4 billion to these 8 billion, it's a figure. When you're sitting there and there's a statement that tells you of 8 billion and you realize you actually have the power to determine how this is used, the first thing you think is of a re-election. And the solution seems to be, how do I employ or get people who supported me employment within the county system? 50% of that money already goes. So you remain with 50. Then you allocate another nice portion for your office. Okay? Then you sort of like try and see what you can do with the rest. Then come these briefcase contractors and people who are friendly to you and who helped you and so forth. That money doesn't do what it's supposed to do. The Auditor General's reports, the things I'm telling you are not my thinking.
That's the reality.
Yes. So the monies that we get in the counties can change the lives of Kenyans completely.
Yes, and that is what Baba's vision was. That is ODM. So I'm challenged actually this morning to go back to that and continue the legacy of Baba, pressing for things that will give or restore Kenyans dignity. At the moment, we look like we are third world, we are needy, but we shouldn't be.
We actually are third world.
We are, but we shouldn't. After 60 years, even the colonialist is laughing at us. We wanted freedom. What have we done with this?
Madam SG, there's a Nadine here asking, kindly ask Mheshimiwa what she has done in her position as woman rep.
A good question. One, even today, if Nadine goes to a place called Lunyofu in Budalangi, I'm drilling water. That place, they said, oh, it can't. But I have sponsors from Germany. I have friends from England.
Okay.
Some have drilled in Teso South, 4 boreholes.
By friends, you mean organizations or individuals?
Friends.
Okay.
Enough money cannot, you know, sometimes somebody can give you a present of a goat. You have the goat, but he has the rope. It's so hard. Even sanitary towels, we don't procure. Somebody else buys for us and brings to us to give.
Okay.
But people imagine that we have all this money. Women reps actually suffer in silence. Affirmative action should be well defined because what women do. Let me continue counting. They wanted to know what I've done as a women rep.
Yes.
I've been drilling water since year 1. And as I speak now, I've drilled 31 boreholes. 31. I own a school. I've been a regional director working with a British charity. I've got mine here. I built a school. They found me having a shanty school because I had a vision when I was still in university to give scholarships to students who would be stuck. I was literally stuck because I lost my dad when I was a teenager. And what I went through, the journey, it was so... If I wasn't determined, I could have easily given up because anyway, I had an excuse. I was an orphan. And my mom being thrown out of our home, it made it even harder. So I started a school, it's still there, to empower, to give youths or students who would have dropped out because of lacking fees. They do come to my school and learn for free. The highest I've ever paid, because it reached a point sometimes a donor, you can't depend on them. The highest they've ever paid, and it is a boarding school, is 6,000 a term. Boarding school. So majority, they come. Whenever I go around the county, I get these students. Some have stayed home a whole year, some 6 months. I just pick them.
Okay.
So I have a school already that is doing that across the county. I sponsor students. Things that I've done, some schools are in semi-arid. Busia can be so dry. There are places where there is a panel down there. Even if you tried to dig a borehole, nothing. So what I do, I buy water tanks and supply in schools so they can fetch, they can preserve.
Okay.
Because many children, and I hate child labor, many children run to the river to fetch water for the school, wash classrooms and do all that. So when I drill boreholes, I do in primary schools to kill that, to get away with child labor.
Okay.
And also when I supply tanks is to reduce also the time they waste fetching water from the river to come and clean classrooms. I have been supplying wheelchairs to people living with disability, and also supplying wheelchairs to students who sit in class but do not have a proper desk. So the wheelchair is foldable. You can turn it into a table while in class, then fold back, pack the table and go home.
Okay.
I have been visiting many markets, supplying easy things like aprons, hygiene, and also I've been giving grants, not less than 100,000 per group across the county. I also monitor.
How many groups are these, madam?
So many. If I say 5 per ward times 35 wards per quarter, I write checks, and I do until there was a time my coordinator told me, umeandika check mingi inaenda kubounce. Madam, kama una kitu eka kwa account, ama fanya tu vile unaweza, ama ita 1-2 wasieke kwanza, wataeka next. Because I was so excited, you know, when you are still new.
Yes.
So hizo grants I give youths, people living with disability, the elderly, because our city is affirmative, and women, 100,000. So every quarter we give 5 per ward, because depending on how money comes in.
Okay.
Bursary I also give to especially teenage mothers. We have girls who unfortunately get pregnant but still want to chase their dream. I get them back. Some are in my school, but I don't, write a check there. What I do, I just make sure that those outside my school, I write checks there and talk to the principals not to chase them. They are now under me. Because a teenage girl, unfortunately, once they get pregnant, some of these parents lose trust in them. Some of them have told me, Madam, nimeambiwa niende niolewe ama nifuate baba ya mtoto anilipie fees. That's a risk. If you go to somebody who never cared about your vision, your dream, to protect you, to pay for you fees, you will be pregnant again. Because first thing, they took advantage of you. So how do you go back to them to provide? So I take them away to stay with me, those who have nowhere to stay until their parents cool down. And those who are in other schools, we follow up. I have I have done so many things. What else does he? I wish angekuwa specific.
Hata nisome ingine. My take 2.2 amesema these are the qualities of a good leader, humble, not those Dr. arrogant people. And then we have Jasmine Odhiambo ameuliza, what is your beef with Senator Sifuna?
No beef. That's my brother. No beef at all. I even heard him say, kuna wengine wanajiita honorable me. Yeah. I laughed. I really laughed because people sent me the audios to incite me. Amekutusi, amefanya nini? Nikasema hajanitusi. But nilisema honorable me. Si nilisema? Yeah. Ni ile tu ilikatwa hapo. Nilisema nilikuwa nasoma, I'm the subject in the speech. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know whether to celebrate. A lot is going on. My eyes refuse to even see. Then suddenly I reach, I'm saying honorable, my name, So I made a joke, but it didn't go well. It wasn't taken positively. Okay. It was taken so negatively.
But,
so I said, me, yours truly, Catherine Omanyo.
Bear one thing in mind. The career path that you have, those things you're calling mistakes made people who never knew who you were know you.
Thank you. I had not seen it that way.
Oh, you are now known by very many people. Those who sought to besmirch
what if
your
it
name.
was my Chinese name? Because Chinese, they call themselves you, me.
Yes.
Yeah, they do. It could be my nickname because they call me Kipepeo.
Yes.
I never knew until I asked people, nani ndio wanaita Kipepeo in a function. Then a lady who was working with me said, Madam, wanakuitanga Kipepeo. Nikasema kwa nini? Hiyo kitambaa unapenda kufunga na manguo zako hizo za Kinigeria. Oh, okay. So sometimes a nickname is either made or is given or you create.
In you see, in your line of business and your chosen profession currently, anyone who is known and has a following, when they speak about you, you have a new following. People who didn't know about you now know you.
Whether they hate me, but they are following me.
The late leader of the ODM party benefited immensely from this. There were people who never stopped talking about him.
Yes.
So they made sure the man was always in the news.
Daily.
Yes, daily.
Yes.
Daily. So you couldn't get Raila Odinga out of your mind because some people would make sure that they do that. There are some who are doing that for William Ruto.
Yeah.
They talk about him every single day.
Yeah.
Now, they think they're passing on a message as to what it is the government is failing in.
Yeah.
But they're keeping the president in people's mind on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to explain to the guy who has asked what beef.
About with Sifuna.
I know many people didn't know that Baba pushed my name. When they were filling gaps of people who have left, people who have been promoted, some became CSS, and some just left ODM. Okay. And yet they were in the neck. So people gave names, and Baba stuck on my name to be the Deputy Secretary General. I wasn't just picked from the street. I was in the shadow. I was on the shoulder of Sifuna. In case he becomes sick, I step in. In case he resigns, I step in. In case, God forbid, of death, I was next. In case of what has happened, step aside. You are no longer echoing the party's position. Step aside. Who was next? Catherine Omanyo. So people didn't know. People were saying that they have used a lawyer to fight a lawyer. Now they went into uglier ways of looking at what a deputy secretary general's role is. It wasn't fighting him.
If I can tetea Kenyans a little bit, it's their way of understanding crisis. Yeah. So when they saw that, obviously there are those who will be like, oh, this is a tribal thing. There are those who will say this is, a woman versus a man thing. There are others who will say that, oh, you've been sent to it. So it's very normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have no beef, and when it comes to protecting Baba's legacy,
yes,
regardless of who you are, if you are not performing to make the party go forward, you will be replaced. There's never a vacuum either.
There's this is who Dan Kuria, the coach, amesema true, we underestimated her, but she is a clever girl.
Amen.
Vincent Hope is saying, ask Mheshimiwa, how is Oburu and company saying two-term, having Kenyans' interest at heart? Sifuna and his team are just clear Ruto is suppressing human rights, killing fundamental human freedoms and corruption everywhere. So the first part, how is Oburu and company saying two-term, having Kenyans' interest
There
at
is
heart?
no two-term or one-term. If we remember before Baba, the last lunch, I call it dinner, supper, the last supper we had with him at Agile before he flew out for treatment and never came back alive, he advised us, although we are supporting the government, we are not in either to say two-term or one-term yet until after negotiations. And he said we will support the government up to 2027, then see way forward. What do we do after 2027? So either way, Linda Mwananchi or Linda Ground, if anybody says one term, they are wrong. If anybody says two term, they are wrong. And even our party leader, Dr. Oburu, recently reminded all of us, there's no one term or two term team. We shouldn't. So there's no team that should look so correct by saying one term and the other one. People mistook when Baba joined to see how to save the government. You see what was happening, GNZs ambushing the parliament. If Baba could not have stopped all of us, there would be no Kenya today. All of us, you just don't know if the army takes over, what happens. It takes years to stabilize. So it was a good thing that Baba stepped in, went in and said, we calm, we pause, we retreat, retrieve everything so that we save Kenya first. After saving Kenya, how then does everybody smile? By making sure that the things that devolution stands for, or whatever the vision the government had, bottom up, are they remembering? So it was part of just reminding everybody, including our president, what exactly did you promise Kenyans? And it is good to give credit where it's due. The president was recently in Busia County and launched projects, some of them ongoing, things I've never seen since I was born. So I'm looking at EPZ, looking at the airport, looking at the new big stadium, modern, and the roads, because Busia is supposed to be a city. So many trucks, so many other countries, those even that are landlocked, depend on that port, the little customs. Every single minute we are making money for Kenya. Why are we among top 3 in Kenya, among the poorest? Something is off. So when I saw the president launch all that, I already saw something that once all the projects are done, Busia will change overnight like that. Jobs will be unlocked. The women and youths, the older people, they'll be enjoying the fruits of independence. But it has taken too long anyway. So as an ODM soldier, I just want to ask our followers to hold horses. Let us not get so excited. There are people, if you gave them a mandate to lead our country, they will bring it down in a second. The excitement and the utterances. Why incite people every day?
Yes.
We shouldn't. There was a way Baba did things. It reached a time he took a step back. And then now again said, now we can move this way.
Yes.
And that is why there's this saying where you hear people saying, when Baba said turn left, we turn, shoot, we shoot. If he says turn right. So it meant that he could do something, but he had limits. He reached a time when he stopped. But some people are either poor learners or they're just doing it because they want to just keep getting popular. Baba stopped at a point. When are they stopping?
Yeah. Mheshimiwa, I'm a bit confused now that you've mentioned something you mentioned a few sentences back, and it's on that issue of one term versus two term. You've said no one in ODM should be saying one term or two term because there's a time limit as to the working the collaboration between ODM and the Kenya Kwanza government.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the same thing Sifuna and company were saying. Because they were of the opinion that perhaps ODM needs to forge its own way forward, have its own presidential candidate, and actually have someone in the ballot come 2027. So I'm wondering where the split emerged from in terms of Linda Mwananchi and Linda Ground, because from what you're saying, it seems like you're saying the same thing.
Remember, Sifuna stopped attending ODM meetings even before Baba left us. Even before Baba left us.
Okay.
Immediately he helped out. You know, he's even the one who came up with the write-up of broad-based. But he realized that he might lose out in Nairobi if he wants to be a senator.
All right.
So sometimes it's about a personal interest. Yeah. So I just know he will talk about it one time.
Okay.
But he stopped attending meetings even before Baba.
All right.
Why some people got in the mix of two term or one term? Those who didn't like the president stuck on the side of one term.
Okay.
And those who said what Baba says, who am I to question? They said if Baba has forgiven and is shaking hands with the president and they are coming up with broad-based NADCO report, 10-point agenda, then they started chanting two term, you know. And then Baba said, who said that? Yeah? You should stop chanting either way, one or two term. Okay. We have to just support the government until a point where we say, we can continue together or have our own way. And that is why when I was starting to talk here, I said we have pre-election coalition and post-election coalition.
Okay.
So if we don't agree, we are still okay to go alone as ODM.
All right.
Yeah.
We have Mweni saying, this lady is bright, keep it up, madam.
Thank you. Nilitukanwa. Hata Professor Kivuta Kibwana alinitusi kweli kweli. Lakini aliomba msamaha. Nilimsamea.
Okay. All right.
They were popularizing you, madam.
I was shocked because Professor is a feminist. Whenever he talks and many, I was following his status, everything. He could really defend women. And that day when he attacked me, he stabbed on my back. I felt so bad.
How many women in this country who are members of political parties are SGs? How many SG women do we have in our political parties?
Wow. I'm representing many people then. I am.
Yes, because it isn't.
Mulifanya vizuri mkanita hapa. I'm saying something I had not even thought of. I was just fighting alone quietly and saying, surely.
There's one thing you must always understand again about the public. Before the Kenyan public, before they understand something, they attack it. Especially if it's the political sphere.
Yeah.
When they've understood it, then they tone down the rhetoric. But before, they come out spitting fire and scratching.
In fact, somebody said that mimi ni form 4 liver. Mimi ni alumni wa university, the University of Nairobi. Second class honors. Upper division.
Was quality with
compare papers. Hata basi na Sifuna yeye alipata yeye pia degree, but which one? Nilimshinda. Na yeye pia akikuja kukua secretary general, we struggled because we were used to Ababu na Mwamba. Smart. We call him Ababu Smart. So we were used to Ababu to the level kwa adjust to Sifuna ilichukua muda. So hata mimi naomba muda tu.
Everything takes time.
Yes.
But you see, the beauty of the party you belong to, despite the problems you have, it is still a popular party among
and there is
Kenyans.
teamwork. Many times I see Junet, step up, and then our chairperson, Gladys Wanga, step up. It's not because they are too good, but they realize their strength and they still give everybody time to come in. Especially newer faces like the party leader, me, what. The teamwork, you will never understand what is going on, but they cover up everybody so well. And I'm enjoying. I'm learning as well. And it is those amateurs who practice many times that become professionals. So it's good that I came in flat-footed. I will rise.
Not you will. You are in the process of continuing to rise. That is how you should actually look at it. Yes.
There's someone who has asked if you have ever been in maandamano.
Paka na sufuria kwa kichwa
You in the sufuria revolution?
Yes. I wore sufurias. I liked it. Walitufukuza mbio wakatushutu huko Busia. Tulitoka 100 meters. But it was, sijui ni spirit gani haki. Mimi naonanga hizo picha nasema, was I normal? Nimevaa sufuria, nakimbizwa, wanashoot paka gari. That day we were with the Oparanya, the CS. Gari yake ikakuwa shot twice na bullets. Na tusiki tena the next one tena nilikuwa kwa maandamano huko Busia.
Nimesoma pia kwa magazeti that you beefed up your security.
I have.
Yeah.
Unaona hiyo? That's me. Hiyo ni sufuria my size.
Hii ni wewe.
Ni mimi.
Hii sufuria ni ile ya 3000
na nikagawa mtu tu. Unajua after maandamano you give whoever you want to give.
Now, you beefed up security. Is there a specific reason as to why that has happened?
I was receiving threats. Kuna mtu aliniambia nisipo step down niache kutumika ati kutoa Sifuna. Ati nitarepiwa, nitaona. Hapo napo sikuchukulia jokes.
Yes.
You can assume and then we become sorry.
On this particular subject.
Yes.
You see, people don't often understand that the utterances they make often begin a process.
Yeah.
When people think that they are within whatever rights they think they have to threaten, to beat up people whom they have been told to beat up because of some disagreement, one, we introduce intolerance into our political discourse again.
Yeah.
The beating, the fighting, those violent threats, they are as a result of a certain level of intolerance that we have. I find it surprising that there are individuals who have accused the president of being a dictator. But if you look at the way they also go about their business,
in a bid,
they actually dictate, because essentially they are making the statement with their actions and their words. It's like if you're not in the opposition that we have crafted, then there's something fundamentally wrong with you.
Yeah.
Freedom.
I've been taken as an enemy. I'm like, who enemy to who?
Now you see, the understanding of freedoms clearly in this country is not what it ought to be. It is freedom so long as I agree with you or you agree with me.
Exactly.
Then, and there's freedom within that agreement. But if I actually differ with you, then you'll be labeled wrongly.
Yeah.
It's a culture that we have actually curated over time and matured it, and it's what takes center stage in our political discourse.
Yeah, and then unfortunately also leaders, including me, we incite. Somebody ran and told lawyers are being beaten, lawyers are being thrown out of ODM. That party will remain for for Luos. That was so wrong. And that's a leader. I even texted him and said, don't use tribal cards. We have always married each other. We are friends. We are neighbors. You can't separate a Luo and a Luya. It reaches a time it's very difficult to tell who's a Luo and who's a Luya, even in Busia. True. So if you start saying, oh, Luyas are being thrown out or Luya, don't use that card. And I just hope he listened. But quietly, undertones, some Luyas who had gotten that, they said, Catherine, maybe some people might never forgive you for being used. And then very soon you'll be thrown under the bus after you being used to fight Sifuna. They have another card they want, not even you. I'm like, what? I'm here to stay.
Where I have difficulties with that discourse and similar discourse in different regions of this country, when people who have differing views on a political subject, when it now becomes almost a matter of life and death, and it's like everything that you're going to do hinges on it, and the very thing for which people get elected is forgotten. It's this now takes center stage.
Yeah.
Just look at our political discourse currently, even within ODM.
Yeah.
Both sides regale us with whatever discourse they have, and they've moved away completely, both you and the other group, from the things we used to hear. Part of what made ODM so formidable, because it was believed that they actually represent the issues of what we Kenyans call Yule Mnyonge.
Yes.
Okay? If you were to take an objective view of the discussion that we see within ODM, would you say that you people are now championing the issues of Yule Mwananchi Mnyonge?
We are. The 10-point agenda, what I call Baba's will for Kenyans, we are ticking boxes. You know, there are things that the president is going around launching. He's not just launching. Those are things Baba had also tasked him to do. There are counties that were ignored or discriminated or were not in the choice of the president.
They were marginalized.
Yes. Those are places the president is reaching. You know, Busia was one. I'll use my county forever because I'm so excited of what is happening to date. You know that airstrip, the EPZ, the what, it will really help many Busia youths and women. Those who are already working at the site and the women selling porridge, these tiny things, little jobs that have been created. You just find a woman who used to beg, disturb every time. Now they are not even begging anymore. Now they are tasking us to work. Not like my child has been sent home. There's a lady who has been selling githeri and porridge. The last time I spoke to her, she said, I've paid fees, but I can't clear if you can just help to clear, which is good. At least she's traveled. She's done something. Now, wherever she's stuck, that's what she wants me to step in. But long time ago, it used to be, you pay everything. You know, you help today, she's back tomorrow. You help again, she's back the next day. She's a widow. So now that she has something she's doing, me, I'm excited. Let us take, even if it's teetering, even if it's taking those toddler steps, we are no longer tethered in the way we used to think, like we are poor. If we start seeing tarmacked roads, and then we are seeing new buildings coming up, our sons being part of the building, then whoever has also participated in bringing up something or building will protect, will maintain it, will be talking about it by saying, when this building began, I was part of it. I was bringing maybe water or bricks or whatever it is. And we built it for it to do this and this and that. So the new industry, me, I know the jackfruits in Busia, the passion fruits that we just waste, avocados. You'll find a tree, you know, of avocado. It's the dogs eating. We have not been adding value.
You have healthy dogs in Busia.
Because the fruits, we don't take them anywhere. We don't have even markets for them.
What does the county government do then?
Now, that's a good question. We are headed there. we want to package those fruits. In fact, before we talk of what the county government is doing, we were to ask ourselves, do we have even a small factory to process the fruits?
People never think of Busia as a port where there is fishing. People also don't think of Busia as having ports that were very significant in an earlier time when it came to trade with our neighbors like Uganda.
2 customs.
Yes, exactly.
We should actually do better. Yeah.
Yeah, Mheshimiwa, are you still in the next election? Are you still going to go for the position of woman rep?
Yeah, I'm easy. I will go back again. I will ask my people. I will remind them of what I've done. Most of them count. It's just that in politics, we always have, especially me, I always have opponents. So they'll be blind to what I'm doing and keep saying she has done nothing, she has done what. But a borehole that is so new, before it maybe demands for repairs or maintenance, it's there. If I go launching, in fact, I want to start just going across the county to launch most of those.
Yes.
Because sometimes my donors, they come at a go and do many things at a go. Like now, this week alone, they'll do 5 boreholes.
This week alone.
You can't launch all the 5. You launch one, you disappear, come back to the other one. Yes, they are doing 5, and then in the next 3 months, they do another 5. I asked for 50 boreholes. We are at 31.
So 19 more to go.
Yes.
All right.
Budalangi alone, we have 12.
Wow.
Boreholes.
There is this issue of the 10-point agenda, which is one of the biggest legacies rather that Father Baba had.
Yeah.
I'm calling him Father
That's
now.
Daddy. He is.
The father of ODM had.
Yes. Yeah.
Where are we on that?
Actually, we have been ticking a lot. You know, the projects that the president is launching, that is one of it. Because we used to have 1 region or 2 regions or 3 regions getting more than others. Now we have other regions getting, and a few Kenyans who never wanted anything to go to other places, they are already crying that, taxpayers will hurt. Because the dual carriageway that they are taking all the way to Kampala through Busia borders, it is. Imagine a Kenyan from Busia who wants to go to Entebbe, and a Kenyan from Nyeri who wants to go to Entebbe. The one in Central or in Nairobi will reach Entebbe faster than the one neighboring Entebbe in Busia. Because you have to come from Busia 2 to 3 hours to Kisumu driving, then take a flight from Kisumu. Now they have introduced a new flight. I think it is Safari Link that is headed
from Kisumu
to Entebbe. Finally, this year. But as from last year, you would come from Kisumu to Nairobi.
Yes.
Now to pick a flight to Entebbe. Yet you come from Busia, which is neighboring Entebbe. It should take 30 minutes or less than an hour.
Yeah.
You are there. So you waste almost half a day trying to get to Entebbe if you wanted to go via, to use a flight. So a lot that is being isn't in Busia will bring a lot on the table. The 10-point agenda thing that we are taking. Also talking of health.
Yes.
Many people thought if we bring health to be managed by counties, it will be easier. But I think we still have teething issues on there.
15 years later.
It's tough. I recently visited the maternity during Pasaka, Easter, and gave all the mothers who had given birth presents. I surprised them. I didn't go there just to give them presents, to give them basic needs. I went to study what they were lacking.
Yes.
And I came up with my own report. I'm writing a proposal to my friends in England to help there. But just like I said, the money that is channeled, because in the devolution or the 10-point agenda, one of the box is to strengthen devolution, to add more money. and in the supplementary it has been keyed in.
Right.
So if more money goes to the county, our people should put the governors on toes. Corruption is also in the 10-point agenda. It is us to be responsible to also monitor how our money is being used. But we just complain. So in the 10-point agenda, we are going to kill corruption, but progressively. You make sure that you start with your governor. Ask him if it is 8 billion a year, 11 billion a year. What have you done in the first 1 year? Second, we are going now to the 5th year. What have they done? But many people just want to abuse, go on social media from morning, abusing, and doing nothing about it.
Why do you think they do that?
Maybe it's a strategy, but there are people who don't even go to social media.
Or maybe they don't know.
They don't read those
yes.
comments.
Let me ask you, Mheshimiwa. Do you think that as a member of parliament, among the duties that you have is to actually educate your voters?
I do, but unfortunately one time it was taken so negatively because I had a team, a few people who we could ask them to ask, especially our governors, not just my governor, in the first 6 months or 1 year, what have they done, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we will still do.
Yes, but I what about, I'm certain you've thought of it, but let me just ask, just in case you haven't. What about beginning by asking the governor to, the aspirants, make it a discussion about yourself, not necessarily them.
Yeah.
Tell people what you want to do, then tell them how you want to prioritize the things you want to do. Hold me accountable in the first 6 months for this.
Yeah.
In the next 6 months, if it is new, people will probably not even resonate with it. But as you keep saying it, and as people come in and they're elected and people start looking at the so-called performance, they'll realize perhaps they should have asked the details of what you want to do. Now, you see, this president took it even further. He signed charters. This social contract, he actually got it documented and signed. He raised the bar. It is my contention that that is what is biting him. Because among the things, because he wrote it, it's documented, people can refer to it. But it is a good thing.
Yeah. You know, there are days we couldn't question anything. The presidents that were, we couldn't even ask. What I'm saying today, Kenyans have gone to school. Yes. But they are more in theory, not pragmatic. Because like I said, I stopped reading comments on social media. They talk, some of them give good ideas, but that's how far they go.
It doesn't go beyond it being a good idea.
Kenyans should be tasked in every county to make sure that they also call the governors. Because
how do they do it, Mheshimiwa? Because I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah,
they should.
Even if it's sitting in a small county hall or maybe even under a tree, it's home. And ask the governor, actually, what have you done since you took over? Most of the times, they don't.
You mentioned one Kivutha Kibwana. Let's take his example of how it is he initiated and demonstrated public participation. Maybe people didn't understand it, but he would take himself to the wards. He would take himself to the constituency. He knew what the issues were, or he would tell them in advance, I'm coming, this is what we want to discuss. He presented himself in a position where the public could ask him questions directly. He was there. And he wasn't in a hurry. That is what he had come to do that day. So people didn't read about public participation. They participated in it.
Yeah.
So they got to understand it. So the bar was raised because if the women's rep goes to her constituents and has a timetable which they know, as she goes around and she allows people to ask her, and you are already educating people without telling them this is what you need to do.
Yeah, true.
Because you are doing it and they can see it, and it is you. the questions will be asked, why is Catherine the only person doing this? Why aren't the others coming to us and talk to us? Because you are right when we say the talk is big and it's theoretical. When it is done, it becomes very different. I'm reminded of the old MPs, the very old ones, just post-independent and immediately the first 10 or 20 years before. Most people who were elected were either former teachers or people who were good citizens but were members of the church. The quality, yes, the quality that people were looking for, because this is someone you see him in church every day.
I'm a bishop's wife.
Doesn't it help?
It does.
Mheshimiwa, I understand that you have a meeting to get to.
Yes.
So we will let you go at this particular juncture, but thank you so much.
I would love to come back. You guys are you are educating me a lot. I'm learning.
Tunakukaribisha tena. And of course, your constituents, some of them by they are watching, and from other counties as well. They have a few comments which we shall be sharing with you going forward. But thank you so much for availing yourself.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll be here anytime you call me. Nita-create.
Sawa sawa.
Hata kama ni 5 a.m. to 6.
Utakuja. Hai, sawa sawa mheshimiwa.
God bless.
Watch that step behind you, eh?
Thank you.
All right.
God bless you.
Karibu sana. Siti Muga. I want to read some comments here as we continue. Let me start with where is it? I'll start with this one by Rep. She's a good woman rep. She is a good woman rep than my county woman who I don't even know. Who are people electing?
Oh, no. Unajua, knowing somebody is not that you don't know who they are. Visibility.
Right. Visibility is an issue.
People like people they can see. The electorate like leaders whom they see. Attends a church harambe, comes when there's a school function. They like those ones. They feel this person is with us and this is somebody we see.
Yeah.
Why do you think, again, I'm referring to the experience I have with my neck of the woods. Funerals are very important. Even if you don't say much, but you're seen.
Yes.
And if you're not seen, your contribution is read out loud. And the amounts are also mentioned. People feel, no, so-and-so is with us. Now, there are those who don't do those things.
Zandani Marekani amesema, as a first time interaction with Mhesh, I give her 8 out of 10 as woman rep. As SG from an ODM outsider, maybe we are heading in a new chapter, a very soft side. Kwani SG anafaa kuwa mtu wa kelele na mtu wa kuvuruga na mtu wa kusema big words kama magnanimous.
If you want to understand how it is we've lived our politics and practiced it, look at Babu Owino.
Yeah.
A very, very intelligent fellow and an excellent legislator who understands the needs of his people and has been, in my opinion, an excellent member of parliament. If you judge a member of parliament by what they have done to meet the needs of their constituents. But his utterances sometimes, God Almighty.
There's a comment here, it's coming in hot, just arrived. This is Samuel Mwanopacha amesema, I'm from Busia, this is just a TV woman rep full of PR like Kasongo.
That comment section would have been incomplete without such a comment from one of our listeners.
There's one that came earlier on. Someone was saying, where is Mbuvi? Kwenye amekujua na Subaru? Sijakujua na Subaru wase, but ningekujua na Subaru, trust me. Hata hii station saying ingekuwa imefungwa na life ikaendelea. No, but the reason I was perhaps quiet at the very beginning is because there was a conversation that was going and I wasn't going to interrupt. And especially when Mheshimiwa was explaining achievements and what ODM is currently doing, that would have been unfair if I actually stopped that conversation. Aya, there's one ilikuwa imekuja huku chini pia imenichekesha. IK, I think this is IK. Kwani mlikuwa mnaosha jina yake leo, kila mtu anampenda mae. Well, there's something that people need to understand, and this is perhaps something that would happen in every other station, or rather should be happening. I don't know if it happens. People are given an opportunity to talk.
They are guests. That's why they're invited.
From any side, whether it's Gava side, whether it's opposition, Linda Mwananchi, Linda Ground, whether it's a very little unknown party,
Linda Binguni, whichever.
Yes, that is because Kenyans usually come to listen, and you be the judge. Personally, as a media house, we never judge, because if we were to discriminate every single person that we feel this one is belonging to this faction, then we would never be objective. Isn't that so? Aya, sawa. Let me see if I can get just one last one, and then perhaps we can. Ndungu amesema movie, just ask the honorable how long she has been a deputy secretary general under Sifuna. Well, I wouldn't know. How long was she?
I also don't know, but ask yourself, how long has Sifuna been SG?
Sifuna has been SG for a very long time. Perhaps they were appointed together. I don't know.
You see, the thing is, it is now that the question is asked that I'm realizing that we never really pay keen attention to the deputies. Like, we know SG. Like, I know who the SG for UDA is. I have no idea who the deputy is.
Yeah.
I know who the SG for the Wiper party is. I have no idea who the deputy is. And I would go on and on with every party. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like we know who the governors are. We never know who the deputies are.
We rarely get to see them.
Yes.
We rarely get to see them. Perhaps it's how the party structure is,
actually, Paul,
is set up.
We have no interest. That's the reason why. Yes, if we took a keen interest in the political parties, then we would know. You see, ODM,
yes,
with the wrangles that they're now having, they're in your face every day.
So, someone texted me the other day and asked me, mbona mulileta Uroba? And I was asking myself, sasa tusipoleta Uroba, mtaka tulete nani?
No. Who should we have brought instead of her?
But you know, it's people who belong to a certain side will only want their side to be, brought to the table.
That is the immaturity of our political discourse.
And people that belong to the other side will also want their person to be brought.
But that is now exemplifying and promoting intolerance.
Hata watu ambao nimesoma na wao walikuwa wanauliza swali kama hizo, nilikuwa na shangaa. The guys, surely. What how on earth can you ask me such a question?
Actually they can, because, and I'm glad they do, because we then wouldn't have examples of what our political discourse is about. Okay?
Yes.
The for and against narrative is strong in our politics.
Right.
Okay? And the worst thing about it is that it gets personal. It's not issue based. It's personal. Kwani who ni nani? You know that's not an issue.
Right.
It's the person, and it's a direct attack. That's why I pointed out to a former member of parliament for Kisumu,
right,
whose utterances the week before Osoti was attacked. It was an intolerant narrative, and it was more or less giving license to people who are given to goonism and who are given to putting into effect intolerance and manifesting it in violence.
Yeah. But so that people understand the role of the media. You know, media even interviews well-known terrorists, like wanaketi chini na Osama bin Laden, wanamuuliza, bro, can you give us your agenda, because we want to understand what on earth are you doing?
Yes, hii kitu unafanya na nini? Why?
The same way they would sit to the president and ask the president, what's your agenda for the country? They will also sit with Al-Shabaab and ask them, yo, okay, you're bombing everyone here. What are you hoping to achieve?
We once interviewed the head of Mungiki.
Yes.
You know, everything you've heard about Mungiki comes to your mind when that person walks into the studio. And you look at this person, there's nothing about that person that looks... The picture you've had before.
Yeah.
This is a soft-spoken person. He's eloquent. He answers questions. He talks. And you're thinking, hey!
Yeah.
Now, it is the nature of this particular job.
It is.
And when we invite people and we don't give them a fair shake, those who listen, tell us. Tell us when we're unfair to our guests, and when we say things that you feel we're a bit biased. We try to have that balance by even bringing in two guests at the same time who represent two
different sides.
Yes, exactly. Just so that they can talk about it on their own, and the differences can be spoken of by people who belong to those sides.
Yeah.
Yes.
What people also need to know is that whenever we invite so-called government apologists, we also ask, mbona msilete watu opposition?
Yes.
The more we bring opposition guys, nyinyi mko side ya one term. I'm like, okay guys, what do you want? Nyinyi mko one term sana. Tukileta one term, nyinyi mko two term. So I'm like, guys, can you make up your minds? Anyway, kazi lazima kazi lazima itafanyika. There's something that Mheshimiwa has mentioned on the issue of fuel. Nasema leo wataenda kule kunaitwaje kule parliament na wata debate on matters to do with fuel. There's a comment I saw and I'm forgetting who from, but this is what the person was saying and I'll paraphrase. Akasema if the government, the president didn't mention that VAT yesterday, would they have debated it? Were they just waiting for...
That is an extremely valid question.
Yeah, so were they waiting for the president to say that so that now they can go and debate, and then now it will look like the president has come and has saved the day and has collaborated with parliament, and then yay! It's actually a good question.
No, it's an excellent question. You see, that noise should have come from parliament first. With their in recess, we are told.
Yes.
But that could not have stopped them from saying, excuse me, this simply won't work. But these are actually intelligent people who understand the concept of self-preservation very well.
Yes.
This fuel hike is a problem, and it was going to be a problem for every elected leader in this country. Because this is the one thing which was going to unite all the people of this country against elected leaders, not just against government. Elected leaders, because this is happening under your watch and you're doing nothing about it. The president, you are the executive.
Yes.
40 bob on top of the what do you think, how do you expect us to live? Take 40 bob and relate 40 bob to what a Mwananchi eats every day.
Yes.
So you're saying that you've actually, if it represents a meal, you've removed that meal completely.
Yes.
So if he had 1 meal a day because he couldn't afford 2 meals, so you want this person what? To go on a permanent or perpetual fast?
Maybe, perhaps.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you're having 2 meals, it means it's been chopped off and it's now 1 meal. Oh, no. This was a tender keg. This one is, one of those things where you look back and say, when did the rain start beating us? And you will trace it back and you'll say, at this point when the oil prices went, the cost of fuel in this country went up by 24%, essentially 25% as far as we are concerned.
Yeah.
And in our case, it represented some 20-something odd shillings and 40 shillings. Said that is a problem.
I was just looking at this whole oil situation in a place like Nigeria. So as of mid-April, which is where we are right now, premium motor spirit, aka petrol, yani super petrol, retail prices in Nigeria have reached approximately 998 naira to 1030 naira per liter. Now we're going to be calculating how much that is in shillings. Yeah, in major cities like Lagos and Abuja, following recent price adjustments because of, again, whatever is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Now they're saying while some areas have seen prices above 1,000 naira, while some areas have received prices above 1,000 naira, reported prices at some outlets are around 860 naira to 880 naira per liter in Lagos and Abuja respectively. Regional variation prices tend to be higher outside major metropolitan areas due to transport and distribution costs. But they're saying that fuel prices have gone up by 411% since 2023.
The issues in Nigeria should be judged by their own merit. You don't compare it to other parts of this continent. It's an oil-producing country.
Yes.
So you ask very many questions about that. But remember, in Egypt, there's something they eat. Their ugali is called baladi bread.
Yes.
Governments have been toppled because of baladi bread.
Baladi.
It's called baladi. Spelled baladi, as I'm saying it, baladi. Not bloody. Baladi. Okay? It's the ugali.
Yes.
You work at the end of the day and it's in the streets. As you go home, you know how people go with a loaf of bread?
Yes.
You take it home for people to eat. Okay? Now, we've had situations in Egypt on more than one occasion when the government raised the prices of the product that you use to make baladi bread. It's called wheat.
Okay.
Where?
Fire see fire.
Serikali ilihama, bro.
Fire see fire.
Yeah, so there are some sore points which when you touch, you see, like right now, children are on holiday. The moment you bring in the discussion of what happens when schools open, fees and everything, you're balancing with food. This same parent who has to go to work uses fuel, uses transport. Most of them, the vast majority of Kenyans use public transport. Some walk. the price of food that he buys is going to go up because food is transported using vehicles use fuel.
Okay.
So everything about this person's life is going to go up, and the children are at home. My friend, this person is going to be extremely unhappy with you.
Yes.
Whether you are his MCA, his MP, you are the senator, you are the governor, you are the president, they'll be unhappy with you. Yes. And genuinely unhappy. Because they're saying, we're already having a tough time. Now you decided that you must multiply this tough times, didn't you?
Kabisa.
Okay.
Times 10.
So the question is, why do I need you in the position that you're in? And I elected you so that you can make my life better.
So I just checked. 1,000 naira is 96 Kenya shillings. These guys are having a good time, eh?
Who?
Nigerians.
Why do you say that?
96 shillings is a good price, considering what is happening. But then they are producing oil, so it kind of makes sense. And then they are also distributing to their friends in Africa. But if it has been increasing by since 2023 by about 400%,
hiyo ni mingi bro.
Nikumaanisha kuna wakati walikuwa wanunua maziwa mafuta for less than 30 bob.
You know,
per liter.
Why don't you find out what it costs in the places that, like Saudi and so forth? Then you'll understand where it is we stand. Because that for me is a good comparison. If they are producing oil, what were they charging fuel at and what are they charging now? And let's look at Europe. Let's look at the Americas. Let's look at Asia.
Yes.
What is it that is happening there with this? Because they are all producing countries in Asia. They are all producing countries in the Americas, Latin America and North America.
Yes.
The Middle East is just awash with oil.
Yeah.
Okay? So, on this continent, we know countries that actually produce oil. What am I saying? I am saying that these things that we are talking of now, for some people who never experienced it before, it is the first time.
Yes.
So it can be alarming. We've had these situations before. 1974, OPEC is now being reckoned as a force and starts flexing muscles.
Yes.
The globe certainly experiences this shift in oil prices, and then people begin to realize that there's an organization called OPEC. OPEC becomes so powerful you think it was the UN.
Yes.
And for the first time in a country like Kenya, we start experiencing inflation, something we didn't even know about. So I'm saying, and that's the time when, for instance, the exchange rate of the Kenyan shilling to the dollar prior, and in a period prior to that, bro, the dollar was 7 bob, the shilling. The pound was 20 bob. What do you think we still called a pound? Bao, yes.
Because it was equivalent to the British pound, yeah.
That's when it started doing a thing for us.
Now, there's a country where things are thick, and it's called Malawi. Their money is called the Malawi kwacha, the Malawian kwacha.
As opposed to the Zambian kwacha.
Ndio hiyo sasa. So the Malawian kwacha is the petrol huko, 1 liter is retailing at 4,965 Malawian kwacha.
And the equivalent of kwacha to the shilling?
390 shillings, bruh. No, that is so. This 4965.
4,000 plus is equivalent of 390.
390 hapa Kenya. Sasa hawa ndio hawaendi kazini. Their radio generation is not working there because their Mongala movie and City Muga can't make it to work. I'm sorry I'm laughing, but it's bad.
As you say in Kiswahili, kubaya.
Ni kubaya.
Yes.
But why? 4,965. And diesel, by the way, is retailing at the exact same price. So this is roughly a 41 to 42% increase after the new fuel prices all over the world.
It's almost twice what we have done.
Oh yeah. So when we are paying now it's 197. Actually, you're right. It is twice because this is 390 per liter. It's bad.
You know the thing about the running of the country from where I sit. It can't be a part-time job.
Yeah.
And secondly, you really do need very smart people around you who understand not just your country and what it needs, but the geopolitical sphere and how it impacts you. I marvel that successive governments in this country who had the foresight to build a pipeline didn't have a foresight to build a reserve. It's something that still puzzles me.
Yeah. Because if we had a reserve, would still be having
this
fuel.
discussion will be different. Something like a 6 months reserve.
Tungekuwa tunanunua mafuta saizi na bei, umesema 6 months. Tungekuwa tunanunua mafuta saizi na bei ya 6 months ago, which is around October there.
Yes, exactly. So this thing that we're experiencing, we'd be smiling.
Saizi tungekuwa tunanunua mafuta na hiyo bei.
Actually, these yo-yos wouldn't actually occur because we would be in a position to actually get oil when at a very reasonable price and store it. So a problem like this arises and you have 4 to 5 months. You can sit back for 3 months as you watch what is happening because you have fuel.
But we need to have a conversation though, and we need to have a conversation with the United States of America because they're the ones who put us here.
The storage one,
not the storage.
Yes,
sisemi storage ni yetu. That is 150% on Kenya. That one we will have a conversation internally. We shall call each other names internally. We shall do what Rigiji did yesterday. We shall do what Kalonzo did yesterday. We shall do what Babu Owino is doing currently. What he did yesterday and Sifuna. That one we will do. We need to have another conversation. And we just need to tell America, guys.
Tell them because we think they will listen.
Guys. And when I say we, I don't mean Kenya. I mean the entire world.
Paul, I understand you and I'm asking the question. We will want to have this conversation because we believe or think that they will listen.
Well, we hope they will. Something has got to be done. We need to try, man. Even the black sheep in the family anaambiangwa tu hata kama hatasikiza.
There was this particular issue of OPEC and oil embargo na vitu kama hizo. I remember that period when there were queues in petrol stations in the US.
Right.
Something which they never thought would happen. Queues. And the price of oil did a thing. The Middle East, that's what, believe me, I think they had never figured out just how strong and powered they were. And I think the rest of the world, most of the Western world, woke up and realized we need to handle these people a bit differently. This commodity they have, these guys can put us on a choker block. Or a choker hold and we may not be able to breathe.
Bona Africa ileta dunia mashida kama hizi. Hata tukiwa na Ebola, our Ebola never goes beyond our borders. We just die with our Ebola and life continues. But one country has corona, then we see what happens. Another one decides to fight with another. Sasa kama Ukraine na Russia wanapigana. Sasa sisi tunaumia kwa nini?
Who told us to import wheat from Ukraine?
Kidogo America na Iran na Israel wanapigana. Kidogo mafuta hapa Malawi ni 390.
Who told us not to have reserves? We have a pipeline, for heaven's sake. Something really complicated. And it works. We even expanded it. Why don't we have reserves? Rwanda has reserves. And they're landlocked.
Here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Busia woman representative and ODM Deputy Secretary General Catherine Omanyo has defended the party's internal competition, saying it should not be seen as division but as healthy democracy. She warned that opportunism and disunity could weaken Orange Democratic Movement, urging members to remain loyal and united. Omanyo also said the parties risk fragmentation without the unifying leadership of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and cautioned members against chasing short-term political trends.
But it is so normal for us. It is our DNA. We debate loudly. We express our views openly. We disagree openly. Then, Baba's way. After all that, the party gives direction. That is where there is a quagmire. That is where there is a contentious issue. What has changed? Because after all that, Baba would leave us to talk, do what, run left, right. Then he calls us all and say, fine, this is the direction. And everybody shuts up. But just before his demise, we missed that gentleman. Baba, after his demise and before his demise, a few people did not like broad-based. They have even sworn in broad daylight.
Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has announced that the Kenyan government is accelerating the implementation of the Kenya Nutrition Action Plan 2023-2027 to combat evolving health challenges, particularly the double burden of malnutrition. According to the CS, the plan aims to tackle both undernutrition and rising cases of overweight and obesity, along with persistent micronutrient deficiencies. The move is part of a larger strategy to overhaul of the health sector.
Kenya is facing a complex and evolving nutritional landscape. We are no longer just dealing with undernutrition, but we are battling double burden where rising overweight and obesity coexist with the persistent micronutrient deficiency. This shift has moved clinical nutrition from a supportive role to a central pillar of quality health performance. The Ministry of Health, therefore, is not silent observer in this transition. We are aggressively implementing the Kenya Nutrition Plan 2023 to 2027.
Police in Trans Nzoia County have arrested 170 suspects following last Saturday's incident in Kitale town where alleged hired goons disrupted a youth voter registration drive under the Nico Kadi initiative, paralyzing business in the town. This comes as Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen announced that the National Police Service has revised its curriculum to address emerging threats, including crowd control and goons, accusing some politicians, though unnamed, of deploying youth into gangs to cause chaos.
Wahalifu 170 ambao wale wengine ambao wako na makosa kidogo kidogo leo wamefikishwa mahakamani. Baadhi ya wale ambao tumekamata wahalifu sugu, maabusu 5 ambao walitoroka Kiungani Police Station tarehe 12 mwezi wa kwanza. Wale wahuni ambao wanatumika goons kama vile ilivyoshuhudiwa siku ya Jumamosi, baadhi tumepata na wale wamebaki bado tutawatafuta mpaka tuwapate.
A 14-year-old armed with 5 guns opened fire at a Turkish school on Wednesday, killing 9 people and wounding 13 and sparking scenes of mayhem as students jump out of windows to escape. The attack in the southern province of Kahramanmaraş province was Turkey's second such incident in as many days, shocking a country where school shootings are a rare occurrence. The country's interior ministry confirmed 9 deaths, with 13 wounded, 6 in intensive care, 3 of them in a critical condition. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Harambee Starlets were given a tough test by Australia, going down 2-0 in the FIFA series final played at Nyayo Stadium yesterday. Despite showing good effort and periods of solid play, the Starlets were punished for defensive mistakes as the visitors controlled key moments of the match. Australia, ranked 15th in the world, proved too strong on the day, taking advantage of the errors by Kenyans to secure the win and lift the title. Coach Beldino Demba said the match was a good experience for her team.
It's been long since we played in a stadium that is this field, and we are happy that fans turned out for us. At least we've started getting the atmosphere of playing in bigger stadiums, and for me it's a good thing. I really thank the fans for showing up. I thank Kenyans for the support, and I hope that they'll continue following the Harambee Starlets.
Harry Maguire will miss Manchester United's Premier League trip to Chelsea this Saturday after getting an extra 1-match ban. The defender was sent off in a 2-2 draw against Bournemouth after giving away a late penalty. He's now been punished further by the Football Association for comments he made to an official while leaving the pitch. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
The study that earns you certificates and learning that quickly translates to money. The difference? Skills. At Sensei College, we focus on practical, market-ready training designed to get you earning fast. From plant operation and welding to caregiving, interior design and mobile repair, every course is built for real-world demand. With modern training facilities, skilled instructors and industry-based learning. No minimum qualifications required, just your ID and your determination. Call 0705 000 777. Sensei College, my skills, my future.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Admissions now open at Kitengela International Schools. Offering CBE and international curriculum from playgroup to senior school with modern facilities and a nurturing environment for your child's success. Offering both day and boarding options. Call us today on 0722 157 502 or 0794 264 430 or visit our campuses in Kitengela, Athi River or Syokimau. Visit our website www.kisc.sc.ke. Kitengela International Schools, excellence in education.
Radio Generation Classifieds. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. And of course, kama kawaida, niko naye City Muga. City, habari yako?
Habari yangu ni nzuri, brother.
Kuna mtu amesema, where is that message? Come on. It was here. Oh yeah, Samuel amesema, please bring, sitasomeo jina, ndasema tu, please bring the president hapa. We finish. Yeah, it's not easy to just call these guys and tell them come. Clinton Ogoda amesema, can you invite Senator Sifuna and her next time? I believe you mean Honorable Catherine. Yeah, I wish it to be so that we can hear from both sides of the coin. All right, my friend Clinton Ogada, I can assure you, we have not spared any effort to reach out to Senator Sifuna, from emails to calls to SMSs to WhatsApp. Kila kitu tumemwambia kuje. Sasa tunangojea pia ya respond. All right, so in this particular hour, we will be talking about special education, from autism spectrum to ADHD, and it's all about supporting learners with diverse educational needs. With us in studio is Calvins Omondi. He is a special education professional. Calvins, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for hosting me.
Uko salama?
Niko salama kabisa.
Kabla tuanze kuongea juu ya autism na ADHD, tungependa tukuambie methali yetu ya leo, alafu utatuambia unafikiria nini juu ya methali. Give us your interpretation, yeah? Last week we were in Kenya, this week we are in Uganda.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week ending tomorrow are from the Republic of Uganda. Even the king needs to be taught.
Well. Okay. Basically, it means that no one has the monotony of knowledge. Monopoly of knowledge. So everyone should have a chance to, be made aware. That is how I interpret it.
Yeah. You are right. Haya. Wacha tuingie hapa katika mambo ya autism. Kindly define for us autism, and while you're at it, ADHD.
Very well. Once again, I want to thank you, Mbuvi, for hosting me today. I feel very honored to be part of this discussion, a topic that I really love. Well, autism belongs to a class of disorders that previously was clustered under pervasive developmental disorders. Well, it is a neurobiological biological disorder, meaning that it stems from how our brain is wired. So our brains are generally wired differently. So autism simply manifests itself from the manner in which the brain is wired. And this comes with immense deficits in terms of the developmental profile of the child. It could be in terms of social interaction. That could be due to, a child would be struggling with what we call social engagement, social reciprocity, basically generating and sustaining conversation. That could be one area that autism manifests. Number two, it could be in terms of communication disorders. So children with autism also manifest struggles or rather deficits in terms of their communication profile. And this would be majorly in terms of their verbal communication. Number three, it can also manifest in terms of behavior, which we call behavioral issues. So you'd find a learner struggling with a number of behavior. It can be repetitive. It can be what we pejoratively call obsession. A child is quote unquote obsessed with a specific a specific object. So the long and short of it is that it is a neurodevelopmental issue that manifests itself in a number of social, behavioral and communication deficits in the profile of the learner.
Okay.
Very well.
All right. Umesema vitu mingi hapo ndani.
But I am glad that you've actually explained it. Now, whenever one talks of autism, there's a word spectrum that comes into it. Why is that word spectrum so important in understanding autism?
Well, thank you. It is a spectrum because, there's a quote that says that whenever you see an autistic child, you have seen an autistic child. What this means is that the profile of children within the autism spectrum disorder is so diverse, in the sense that you'd find two identical twins, two entirely different profiles. So what this means is that it is a spectrum. There are those who are mild, and there are those who are severe. But most importantly, the manifestations of the deficits that we talked about previously are so diverse. So it is not what I commonly say a one-stop shop. You would see two learners with completely two different autistic profiles. Yes.
So what you're saying, for instance, is the manifestation of this condition. There are some which are overtly obvious, some which are not, and in between there is a large enough variety of the manifestation of autism, and they may not necessarily manifest in the same way. So because of that differentiation, that's why we use the word spectrum. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And just to let you know, I was going through the diagnostic manual for autism, the DSM-5, developed by the American Psychological Association. Previously, DSM-4 used to categorize autism under pervasive developmental disorders.
Why? Why did they categorize it that way?
Because they were so diverse. The issues, the developmental issues were so diverse to the extent that they clustered them under one condition, that is Asperger's syndrome, pervasive developmental disorders. But interestingly, in DSM-5, which was simply a revision of DSM-4, they have tried now to carve out an H for autism. They have clustered it together. So initially, it was, segmented. We had pervasive developmental disorder, we have Asperger's syndrome, but because of the complexity of diagnosing autism, currently they've clustered it together. So now we do not have pervasive developmental disorder. We kind of ran away from Asperger's syndrome. So they are all clustered under autism spectrum disorder. And this, speaks to the continuum that City was talking about. It remains a very broad spectrum, which kind of also complicates the interventions that we do for children within the autism spectrum disorder.
What are some of these interventions?
Well, quite a number of interventions, but you'll permit me, Mbuvi, before we get to the interventions, maybe I could just speak a bit on some of the causes of autism, because that has been a hot debate recently.
Okay.
Last year, for those of us who follow actively on discourses related to autism, there was a huge debate when Donald Trump mentioned that vaccines was a major cause, and I just wanted to take this moment to debunk that. Well, autism is largely hereditary. Yes, scientific studies agree that it is 90%, between 60 and 90% hereditary. This simply means that there's a genetic component to it. I was reading a book by Steve Silberman, who traced, autistic children in Silicon Valley. And he realized that behind all these children, there was a lineage of, either grandparents, great-grandparents,
Someone in the ancestry.
Yes, someone in the ancestry. Thank you. So it is largely genetic. There's still research studies being advanced to know which specific gene leads to autism. But then again, there are also environmental factors, what we call epigenetics. So other than the genetic, there are also the environmental components. But these environmental components do not necessarily lead to autism, but they contribute what we call predisposing factors, such things such as preterm, babies, the advanced age of parents. Those have been found to be contributing to predisposing.
Both parents, or a specific one? Like, is it just the male parent or the female parent, or both? It doesn't really matter.
No, there's no specific
gender.
Okay. Yes. So I just wanted to mention that those are the two major factors. Nothing to do with the vaccinations, nothing to do with spiritual curses. That is a common.
It will take time to debunk that one.
How do you debunk it even?
That one will take time.
Calvin, how do you even debunk it when at the core of people who are inclined in that direction, they have a duality. They are also Christians.
They are Muslims, they are Sheikhs and all these other religions out there.
They are Hindu religious leaders.
Itakuwa ngumu. Hiyo mtaongea mpaka kesho.
But I think the honors is on us as professionals to keep cascading this information down there, that it has nothing to do with your ancestors and so on and so forth.
You see, when we're dealing with these persons that CT is talking about, and especially people who are spiritual leaders, even if it's a witch doctor, they will always find a way of connecting even what we like to call scientific evidence, with that spiritual connection. Itatokezea one.
And remember, they're also professionals.
They're professionals.
The same way.
In their area.
The same way you have a doctor, the same way you have this other person. So you will tell them that, look, there's a gene here, and this gene is responsible for. And they told you, yes, alirogwa ndio akapatiwa hiyo gene. Hiyo gene iliingizwa na urogi. Mbona ule hana na huyo ako nayo? So it's just one of those things.
What religion does to us
now
sometimes is crazy.
Yes, but yes, you're right. We honestly and obviously need to cascade the information, just like you've said, because perhaps if I hadn't had it from people like yourself, and if I hadn't gone through the education system, I'd probably just be saying that, hey, Nirogi, my friend, no matter what you tell me. Getting back to that question I had asked you earlier on, you did mention that there were some factors. Maybe if you can pick it up from there.
So the question that you asked was based on interventions. I think one of the, and let me just, because my other aim, I think one of the primary aims that I intended to achieve with this interview is just to also hold the government accountable and also spread information about what is being done out there and what needs to be done out there, to address these issues. So, talking about the interventions, I would want to talk about KISE first of all, because it is at the center of our interventions. That is a body that has, been mandated to deal with special needs education in Kenya. For the sake of our viewers, KISE is deeply involved in the assessment of special education needs learners, of which autism is one of them.
KISE here is Kenya
Institute of Special Education.
All right.
Yes, so KISE was established, I think, in 1986, and one of its core mandates is to assess.
Did you say 96 or 86?
86.
So it's turning 40 years this year.
It's turning 40 years this year.
Okay.
Absolutely, doing absolutely amazing work to support the special education space. So one of its roles is to assess the extent of disability in children. And I should say here that autism is clustered under a disability in our, Kenyan legal parlance right now. That means that we need to develop a framework for special education for children who are struggling with this disorder. So KISE is involved in the assessment, meaning if you have a child within the disorder, it should be assessed with the KISE so that we have a profile of the child. Remember, we said it's a spectrum. So we need to establish the extent of need of the child, and then from there we develop clear strategies of handling the child. If it's a child struggling with communication disorder and issues, of course we need to refer them to speech and language therapists. If it's a child, because autism also manifests itself with sensory needs and sensory issues, we also need to escalate that to occupational therapists. So there is no one-stop shop for interventions. It all depends on the developmental profile of the child. Yes.
Okay. Now, so the interventions, you've said it's not a one-stop shop where you can do this and this and that, and it depends on where the person is as far as the spectrum is concerned.
Absolutely. Although there are some generic, because we know that autism, learners with autism disorder can manifest inflexible, what we call rigid routines. So as a low-hanging fruit for anyone who is engaged with such learners, it is always important to structure your arrangements with such a child so that any form of adjustment is minimized. If you schedule yourself that before you do X, you do Y, you should have very clear routines. Those are very generic, interventions for these learners. And of course, knowing that such learners also struggle with, sensory issues, sometimes it is just okay to ensure that they don't experience the sensory overload that comes with it. Maybe it's extreme noise, learners should be able to have, maybe those breakout rooms where they can,
decompress.
I call it siphoning off. Yes. So there are those very generic interventions that we need to do, but I still say that it is important to get the complete and accurate profile of the learner before a comprehensive framework of intervention is implemented to the learner. Yes.
Okay. Now, for ADHD,
yes.
First, did you define it by the?
Oh well, ADHD is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So it manifests itself in terms of deficit in attention. So a learner or a child who has challenges staying attentive on what we call regular normal tasks. as compared to the typical children.
Describe to us how a child with ADHD or a person with ADHD would behave or look like.
So basically they would have a very short attention span. You would be doing something and he's already distracted. He's doing something else, especially if it's an activity that he does not prefer. So very short attention span as compared to the typical, baseline of the normal child.
Isn't that all children Calvins?
Well.
Kidogo kidogo unamwambia toto kuja kule, anakuja anauma nyama kidogo kidogo, ndio ameenda kucheza na ball. Kidogo kidogo anaona rafiki yake na baiskeli, amekimbia kwa baiskeli. Kidogo kidogo anachapa na rafiki yake, analia, anakuja baba, unamwambia rudi kwa ball yako. Then they sit down, start watching. Isn't that all children? Ama that's not ADHD?
Well. The difference is that ADHD will be more elevated,
pronounced,
will be more pronounced, so to say. So a child within the ADHD spectrum, because they also have a whole spectrum, will have seriously elevated levels of inattentivity. So maybe if a 3-year-old, they say that attention increases, I think, by 3 minutes every year. I could be wrong. Yes, but if you're a child, a normal child takes roughly 10 minutes in an activity.
Yes.
An ADHD child would be perhaps 5 minutes, so you would have a cause to worry. But other than deficit in attention, they are also very hyper. So they are here, they are there, they are here, they are there. So that further complicates the attentivity, their levels of attention.
Yeah.
I feel like that's all children, man.
Well, yes, but I think what Calvin has mentioned is that this one is, if I'm going to use a term here,
yes,
this one is enhanced. It isn't your average lack of attention.
Yes.
Okay? It is something that is not usual, because what you say is what you see normally in children. Okay? But now my question is this: what causes it?
Well, ADHD is considered elevated levels of hormones within the child. Yes, so the main cause, again, because it's a neurodevelopmental issue, it's the wiring of the
brain.
Okay. That leads to the elevated, levels of hyperactivity.
So wait, the wiring, by wiring, of course, you mean neurons.
Yes.
How do they affect the hormone levels in the body? Maybe if you can make that connection, if you can, that is.
Well, I will try so hard not to delve deeper in that, because that is now a medical, issue, and there's a whole research that is ongoing in there.
Yeah.
But the long and short of it, and neurobiologists have been trying to research on this.
Yes.
The long and short of it is that the brain is wired in such a way that these hormones overshoot. So I say I wish I knew what causes it. I will have so much money, because that means
you will have
be able
solved.
to. Yeah.
So is it the wiring that affects the hormones, or the hormones affect the wiring?
No, it's the wiring. It's the wiring which happens at the developmental stage.
What they call neurotransmitters.
Yeah. So that is it in terms of neurodevelopmental disorders.
But how then do they say that among the things that is common about it is that it can be inherited? It can be passed on from parents to children.
Yes, exactly. That's what we said previously, that it has a genetic component.
Yes.
So, there's a common quote.
No, but Calvin, it's not just a component. The percentages that arise from that genetic, what you call component, is high. It's high. It's not low.
Absolutely.
Yes. There are some who argue it's 70 or around 77%. Now that is high.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
So I think what happened, there's a common quote that I normally use in special education parlance, that nature has a way of giving us variability. The society has a way of, demarcating it. The society calls it disability. So, and I picked this from an interesting book called by someone called Simon Baron Cohen, who is a very serious researcher in autism, and he says that once the brain is wired that way, it can actually be passed on to, your offsprings. Yeah, because for me to survive, of course, the theory of evolution, microevolution, and so on and so forth, I would actually pass those genes to, there's a chance that I would actually pass those genes to my offsprings. So that is the genetic issue that we alluded to earlier, that it should be one of the major causes, leading causes of autism.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, because genes code for everything, even our own brain wiring. There's a specific gene, actually several, that code for that wiring. So if you have it, trust me, it is in your sperm or it is in your ova, it is definitely going forward, for sure.
Absolutely.
Now, there's also something else I understand that you have experience in, and it is called CP. What is CP in children, or children with CP?
Well, that is cerebral palsy.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Although that CP is majorly, it's not really associated with, it's not clustered under a neurodevelopmental disorder, but it has issues also to do with the, electrical circuits in the brain.
Yes.
Yes. So since my major context of discussion here is basically education,
yes,
CP learners also face extreme challenges in terms of their education profile. Yes, so they could experience the medical condition, of course, challenges the manner in which they perceive and receive context in class. So my intervention is limited within the educational context.
Yeah. So how are people with CP catered for in the context of a classroom, for example?
So usually one, we know that it is an issue, a medical issue, of course, for any classroom teacher. A learner who is struggling with CP, you must know the medical profile of the learner. If there are, and I still want to insist that CP is majorly a medical condition. If there are any medications that are to be taken for any parent, the teacher has to be well in copy. CP also manifests in learners would sometimes undergo convulsions. Yes. So for safeguarding issues, it is also very important that learners within the CP profile can easily access a medical intervention as soon as possible whenever these convulsions happen within the classroom setup.
What would cause the convulsions?
Well, I won't know so much, but I know it has to do with issues to do with the electric signals within the brain. So I won't know so much about the details of the convulsions.
Okay.
Yes.
The education system we have in this country, how does it cater for these disabilities?
Well, thank you, Siti. That really is the most exciting part of my advocacy. One, we must realize that, and before I get into that, let me just give a little bit of statistical, data on autism, because I think it's important.
It's important because we're going to ask you those questions on data, so it's good that you take the lead and tell us about it.
Thank you very much. Well, globally, it is estimated that 1% of the global population is in the spectrum. So
hold on. At what percentage? 1%.
Yes.
Yes.
So
of the 8 billion people.
Oh, tuko bilioni 8. Yeah. So wapi mtu wa mathematics?
Sio ngumu.
Hata
So that's
nikwambie.
800 million.
Yes.
Yes. So
If we-
globally, that is what the CDC
No.
says.
800 million is 10%.
So that is 80 million.
80 million, yes.
Yes.
It is said that actually everyone is in that spectrum of ADHD and autism. Actually for autism inasemekana kila mtu. Wewe umesema 1%. I have been in discussions whereby they say it's 100%. It's just that you and I seem like we are at the very edge. If it was 0 to 10, sisi tuko hapo kwa 0.1. Yeah, assuming we are normal. Then of course the rest now are added onto the spectrum.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Sometimes I see that bit of myself, the autistic me.
Yeah.
I totally agree. And City, don't look at me that way. There's a bit of you.
How exactly do you want me to look at you?
Yes, so in Kenya, unfortunately, we do not have, cogent statistics on that, which is a serious gap in our country. So that basically means we can't do any proper planning for them. But we can interpolate what, is there globally. Let's bring it 1% in Kenya. Tuko saini 50M.
Tuko 60M.
60.
Yeah.
So do the math. And see, so that is learners with autism. I know there are some other conservative figures that have been quoted. Autism Society of Kenya gave, I think, one out of 25 people in Kenya have autism.
And they base that on studies that have been done, or are they just being anecdotal?
I think it's anecdotal. I am yet to land on a credible research study. Yeah.
Apana, in this particular field in Nishida, there are areas where we actually have data and we can point and say, like for instance, cancer. We have data on cancer.
Yeah.
So the question we should ask is, why is it that we haven't bothered to have data on this? And yet we know that we have citizens, youthful, older, who are in the spectrum.
Very well. And City, let me take advantage of that statement and mention, I know there are listeners who are professionals in that area, statisticians, all those and so forth, that we need all hands on board just to, get the data so that we are able to make proper planning for this community. But going back to your question on education system, Article 6 of the Constitution, Article, I think it should be 53, 43, and 53, 43, grants us the right to, education. Children should have a basic right to education, whether they are typical children, quality education.
Yes,
typical children as well as children with special needs. In fact, for special needs, I picked up an interesting line there, that it should be acceptable and accessible. So it means that learning should be cascaded to their level. But that happens on paper. When you clearly go to the ground, we still have a lot of challenges. But despite the immense challenges, I could say that we've made tremendous progress. Why do I say this? Recently, late 2025, we passed the People with Disability Act, first enacted in 2003, repealed in last year. And I noticed that they actually included neurodevelopmental disorders as part of the cluster of disabilities in Kenya, which was quite something, because they were able to agree that autism is actually clustered under, a disability. Then, most interestingly, currently there is a debate. I think it should be in the third stage or committee stage. They are enacting autism management bill, which is quite a win for the autism community. So this bill, although it's largely health, contextualized within the health domain, but it is a win for us. There's good progress. So, and if you see what is happening, especially in the CBC, I saw currently also there's a bill, the Kenya National Assessment Educational Council bill, which wants to revamp NEC. I have seen a number of provisions that clearly indicates that we've made good strides.
Okay.
For instance, right now, they've introduced something called KILEA, Kenya, Inclusive Learning Assessment, which is an exam that specifically targets children who are, struggling with very basic functional needs. So it clearly shows that we are making slow but tremendous progress in terms of educating learners who are within the neurodiverse community.
How many special schools do we have in this country? Generally, not the ones you specialize. How many special schools do we actually have?
Well, there are conflicting data. I wish I had time, but there could be around 300, between 300 to 400 special schools. There are also about 17,000 special needs teachers out of the almost 400,000 normal classroom teachers. So that already tells you, CT, that there's a huge gap. And of all the classes, let me also mention this, there are about 1,900 programs, special education
1900.
Yeah, about 1900. Special education has its categories. So maybe one is dealing with the visual impairment, one is dealing with the HI. So there are those 1900 programs, but these ones are integrated as well as included. What this means is that, for instance, if we go to Kilimani here, there is a class with typical children, but 3 or 4 have visual impairments. So they are integrated within the class. So they are about 19 in the whole country.
Okay.
So that clearly shows you the disparities that exist, that we are not really attending to these learners. Let me just shock you with another statistic that you remember initially we said 1%, about 1% of the population. Let's even give it 0.5,
Okay.
But only about 250,000 children with disability are enrolled in our schools. I mean, it's staggering.
250,000?
Yes.
Are enrolled?
Yes.
How many children with disabilities do we have in the country?
Well, we don't know. We don't know. We can't put a figure. That is why I picked the 1% and even reduced it to 0.5%. So it's staggering, the extent of neglect.
And this speaks to children with disability, the broad definition of it.
Absolutely, yes. Staggering.
There are other two learning difficulties I'd like to mention, but before we get to them, have you ever met students with hysteria?
Well.
First of all, what is hysteria? I mean, when you say with hysteria, it's like you
anxiety, they are fainting, they are nervous, like everything for them is a trigger. They can even faint and just start convulsing on the ground.
Well, let me mention that autism also comes with comorbidities. So there are, in fact, what worsens, if I may use that term, the interventions that we do is because of the comorbidities.
Okay.
So one of them is sensory issues, sensory overload, and so on and so forth. So it is, it would be inaccurate for me to say that I have met a child with hysteria.
Okay.
But I would say that, yes, I have an autistic learner. I've interacted with an autistic learner who is also struggling with sensory challenges. Yes.
Yeah. The reason I was asking is because I once had to interact with such an individual, and I remember, they were taken to hospital and they were finally diagnosed with hysteria. They were put on medicine, and then after a while, it took a couple of months. They what I would call, they went back to normal. They were healed, or they were cured. They recovered from that hysteria. And sometimes I usually ask myself, just how many people are out there that have not been given the right diagnosis? They end up with perhaps a diagnosis of ADHD, autism, and many other issues. And perhaps there's a solution there with them.
And maybe move it to all that thought, because we didn't mention this earlier about the diagnostic criteria of autism.
Okay.
You know, that is one of the major challenges we have, because we do not have a biomarker for autism. You don't go to a hospital and they punch your finger and
they test your blood.
So that has really complicated the discussions around autism, because the diagnosis is majorly qualitative, and you know, it's parental anecdotes. Umemwona huyu mtoto aje,
anafanyanga nini, hii kitu nampatanga saa ngapi.
Yes. So that really complicates the equation, and I wish, because I've seen in the proposed bill that they are kind of tightening the structure and the framework of screening. But for parents, I think I should also just use this as a rider to encourage parents to you know, go for early screening. If you see a slightly different trajectory that the child has taken from the normal, you know, developmental curve,
it's time.
Run to a developmental pediatrician to just have a profile.
You're right.
Again, the qualitative assessment also comes with a challenge also in terms of the age, because I've seen the mean age of you know, identifying it in the US is about 5. And you know, at 5 years, the neurological pathways and all that have already formed in a child. So it kind of complicates the interventions. So my advice and my proposal is that whenever we see any, you know, diversion in the terms of the developmental profile of
enda kwa daktari,
tukimbie kwa daktari atu advice.
Now that brings in this other question. We have 47 counties. Do all these counties have doctors with the sort of specialities that would be able to meet the needs of a special child?
Well, from the best of my knowledge, no.
Yes, the answer is no.
Absolutely no. But it is an issue in the autism management bill. I am so glad if we convert what is in that paper to action, we would be somewhere, because I have seen there's a proposal to, you know, develop those county assessment centers.
Who is pushing this bill?
So the bill is sponsored by Honorable Karen Nyamu. Yes, she's the one who has sponsored the bill.
You know, we may even pass the bill. What then will guarantee, it becomes into law, what then will guarantee that we actually witness it? And I ask this question because health provision is a devolved function. Day-to-day healthcare, rudimentary basic healthcare is a challenge. This is not a sharp question. No, this is a health practitioner question where health workers, if they're not on strike for one reason or the other, they're on strike for one reason or the other. Okay?
They're either on strike or on strike.
Yes, exactly. And if you listen to the issues, they are valid.
Absolutely.
Okay, because the very problems they talk about actually impact the service they're supposed to provide. So, throw in the speciality that is required for children who have these very specific and very unique challenges. Then throw in a doctor, a pediatrician who specializes in handling these things. Then I'll come to the question of how many are they in Kenya and where are they? Now, the vast majority of specialists in this country are in Nairobi.
True.
If not in Nairobi, the major centers there, Mombasa, maybe Nakuru now, Kisumu, that's where you find them.
And they're in private practice mostly.
They tend to be in private practice. So, how exactly do you deal with a situation like this, which clearly is dire and perhaps in greater need than somebody who has malaria? Okay? Because this is something you live with. You will work on it to ensure that this child lives a normal life. Malaria you can cure and you're back to normal and you're doing the things you normally do, waiting to be bitten by mosquitoes again so that you can have malaria again.
Well, therein lies the challenge, City. I think one of our problems as a country is the execution gap, because we have very good policy proposals, absolutely okay, but now wanasema kwa ground vitu ni different. So for that parent who is in Ushago, There are also assessment centers, in schools. I think they were, opened at the district level, what we previously used to call districts. There are assessment centers, not entirely medical, but, supported adequately to assess learners with special needs. So maybe that could be a starting point.
It is a good starting point, and they do exist.
Yeah.
But there's an impediment that is brought about by the myths and misconceptions regarding these conditions.
Absolutely.
They are also an impediment. How does one address them?
Well, that is where I now call upon the professionals, because
you are a professional.
It is our role, and I want to challenge the media to give us more and more platforms to reach out to people in the village. I can tell you a number of times.
Have you sought for an audience in the media and they have declined?
I will continue seeking for audience.
Why did you look at me?
Then make this discussion 3 hours, City.
Now, can we just mention, because we have about 7 minutes, hii utanisaidia kupronounce dyscalculia. Inasemangwa hivyo?
Dyscalculia, yes.
What is it?
So dyscalculia, and let me also throw in dyslexia, an area that I am quite passionate about. Those are also under neurodevelopmental disorder, what we call specific learning disabilities. So some learners, despite their, quite impressive intellectual aptitude, just somehow struggle with math and numbers.
Okay, like 1 + 1 anakuambia 11.
Yes.
Okay.
But Kizungu perfect his IQ levels quite okay, quite profound. But somehow numbers is an issue.
1 + 3 anakuambia 18.
18. And even writing, he could maybe 3.
Is that also a wiring problem?
Absolutely.
Like on a serious note, unamuonesha 1 + 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 haizi hesabu.
Absolutely. And there are those, and I used to have a problem with this topic in Form 4 called SADS. The SADS, I know you know it's ile root 4.
You would be amazed at the things I don't know. Okay.
So in a way, the brain is just wired in a way that its relationship with numbers is.
Are you saying like specific, like you said you had a problem with SADS, but did you have a problem with algebra, for example?
No. So for dyscalculia, there's a clear pattern of, for lack of a better term, rejection of numbers. You can see a clear pattern that we have tried as a teacher. I have used all the high quality teaching and methods to ensure that Mbuvi knows how to divide or multiply, but
inakataa
not. Yes.
Na sasa mwalimu anakuchapa ng'ombe wewe.
Yes.
Na wewe si ng'ombe.
Was that teacher actually well trained?
Uko na dyscalculia. Aya, ingine dyslexia.
So dyslexia is the same neurobiological, neurodevelopmental issue, but now this one is in terms of reading and writing.
Okay. So I can see this is radio generation, home of hard truths and bold insights, but
yeah, for you can't decode it. Reading happens on 2 levels. It can either be in terms of phonics or where you segment it. Mbu V.
Yes.
So for a learner struggling with dyslexia, that decoding is a challenge. And that can also translate to writing. That because he can't read it, he can't decode it, and so he can't write it.
I have very bad handwriting. Do I have dyslexia?
Sitonge nyuma ya tent.
Do you write backwards?
What do you mean backwards?
Wewe ukiambiwa RG wewe unaandika GR.
Yes. Hapana.
Yeah, so it ends up affecting even the comprehension level of the child.
Yes, it does.
So they struggle with comprehending.
But they struggle more when the individual tasks with providing an education doesn't understand this, and they think that child is daft. We had somebody bring up such a topic, and I was very unhappy on that particular occasion because
you will never let that thing go, eh?
Mimi ni mwalimu mzee, I can't let that thing go.
Okay. Bwana, forgive the professor and we move on.
No. Si sijamsamehe.
Yes, it is boy.
Anyway, story for another day. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you mention all these particular disorders or problems or whatever, it also brings to mind this issue of epilepsy. And actually, there's a listener asking, this is Ombati Stephen, Mbuvi, could you also say something about epilepsy? Is it part of the individuals that you deal with? I mean, epilepsy, is it a disease that is among the students you deal with?
Yes, I should say, because they also struggle with classroom issues. But legally, I've not seen it clustered under areas of disability. Yes, but any learner struggling with a medical issue, of course, will struggle in a class. Yes, but I don't think there's a legal framework that really caters for.
Yeah. No, there's a referent we invited here a couple of times, and he spoke extensively on epilepsy. Yeah, but I just wanted to understand if it is part of special needs in schools.
Yes, I should. I should. Yeah, it should be. Okay. But I've said again, I must emphasize, because there is special needs, and then there's special needs covered under the law. So if a child could be, sleeping hungry, and that is preventing him from performing well in class, as a teacher, that's a special need. I need a special way of dealing with that student. Child.
Yeah.
But in the law, it's not clustered under special special needs. So I should say, from a professional viewpoint, that that's a special child.
All right. Yes. Great insights, Calvin. I like especially the quote, what nature gives us, diversity humans interpret as disability. Frida Gonzo amesema, proudly following and learning from my senior Sir Calvins. Uko na mafans. Now, what is one of the biggest challenges you're facing, apart from just legislation and perhaps government support? But do you get government support?
Well, yes, marginal. Yes.
That is why advocacy becomes important.
Absolutely.
Because when people don't understand something and then you throw in the myths and misconceptions, people will forget neglecting, they will avoid it. And disability is something we are not comfortable with.
True. True.
We are not. We have all these things in our heads about it. And instead of understanding it and then finding ways of actually resolving the problem, people would prefer to put it aside and pretend it doesn't exist.
See no evil, hear no evil.
Kabisa.
But Mbuvu, I just wanted to mention this because one, advocacy, very key. But my persuasion, because this is where, in my view, we've not done very well, it's in terms of research. I can tell you the number of research papers I've found on autism in Kenya, quite marginal, quite insignificant.
Are they more than 10, less than 100?
The only credible study I found are these descriptive studies of factors affecting autistic children in Bondo County, those normal descriptive analysis. But cogent,
deep research.
Cogent studies, I found an interesting paper done by there's a project at the coast, Kemri. They funded a project on, I think, gene sequencing on autism and all that. But
that is Kemri Wellcome Trust in Kilifi.
Yes. But I literally had to dig through this information. So it means someone published it and
it is
by worker. But other than that, I don't find as actively, producing, because advocacy should be informed by research.
Would you consider the statement that people tend to be more concerned, one, with areas of research that are easily funded? Malaria has been one, HIV was another. But diseases or conditions that affect a very small population of the country do not. Research and studies on STIs are very many because it concerns very many people. But what we're talking about here, that small number of individuals who need that attention, it is not the sort of area that people would want to bother with unless somebody just takes a very, very specific interest. We are taking interest in cancer now simply because, and people are talking cancer research, because the numbers of people in this country who are not suffering, who are dying from it, has reached alarming proportions. Now we're taking an interest. And cancer has been with us for the longest time.
Yeah. But I think, let me also correct something, CT. Small population. We don't have the data. So the easiest way of killing a conversation around something is to, even say that it doesn't exist. Why? We don't have the data. If I said earlier that if we interpolate the global statistics on autism, we'll find that we have, maybe 10 million people within. I mean, those are people, if they organize themselves to vote, they can send a president home or can raise India. So in my view, and this is why I still insist on research, one, it is important to have data to establish that anyway this population is crazy. We need to do something.
See, Calvin's, where we have a problem is this. When people study about conditions such as this, it's usually in institutions of learning. We have an exceedingly poor culture of research in our institutions of higher learning. The medical schools, it used to be school, now we have schools. Even as we study and understand these things, because these things are taught as units in the university when the people are studying medicine, an interest could be brought in for people to actually understand how to write grants regarding such things. When I talk about the small numbers, the small interests, that small interest begins with the teaching of it.
Yes.
And so the importance that is actually laid towards it is minimal. So the interest dies even before it can even mushroom.
True.
Okay?
True.
Yes.
Calvin, thank you so much. This is where we come to an end as far as this conversation is concerned. Na in case unataka kwenda kuongea na wanakataa, wewe kuja tu hapa.
Rudi tu.
Na situendelee na discussion.
That we can do. That's what we're telling you. Next time.
Wenjo
tu ndio next time.
Very well. Many thanks for hosting me, Mbuvi.
All right.
And I know, let me just use this opportunity as my closing remark to call upon those of us who are in the special education space to, just amplify our voices to draw attention to this all-important debate. All children can learn and must learn and should learn. Thank you very much.
All right. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. IBC Commissioner